Hello, everyone! How are we all doing tonight? Hi. It is Thursday, and that can only mean that it's Thursday. I'm trying something with the microphone. Let me see how that is. It should be louder. It is. I could actually make it maybe even a bit louder. I just don't want it to be like too loud. Try 10 dB, see how that sounds. Try 10 dB, see how that sounds. Yeah, let's try that. I could even do 12 dB. Sorry, it's just like... Honestly, I probably could have tested this off camera, but... I'm doing it on camera, damn it! Hello! Okay, yeah, well that makes it peak. But, how's this? Okay, yeah, well that makes it peak. Alright, this should be good, right? Alright, this should be good, right? Alright. Hello. Hello, Yasuke. That's what you wanted, right? It's gotta be one word. Alright. So, I'm gonna turn this music down. Because it is time to look at the final Electronic Gaming Monthly. Oh, shit. No! No, we don't like that sound. There, that's the right sound. There we go. Alright, Electronic Gaming Monthly from... If there was a dark metamorphosis in the background, it was -3 dB, you barely hear it. How about now? Now that, actually... How about this? Better? Should be a little better. Anyway. Electronic Gaming Monthly. You can hear it? Perfect. Alright, so last week, and actually the week before, because it was so long it took 2 episodes, we took a look at the very first edition of Electronic Gaming Monthly, with some very uninspired cover art. Today we are looking at the very last edition of Electronic Gaming Monthly, with very equally uninspired cover art. I think that's maybe just down to, like, cover art in general being very uninspired around this time, but we've got an ad for Destiny, a game I've never played, but one that Karumi seems to really like for some reason, so that's good. And speaking of which, hello to everybody currently in chat. Hello, Daniel Barry. Hello, Karumi. Hello, Verducci Man. And hello, Yasuke Supreme. We got Yasuke in here. It's not very often we see Yasuke, but whenever he comes, it's a pleasant surprise. I think that's also what his girlfriend said. But yeah, Electronic Gaming Monthly. I'm interested in seeing, like, how it ended up. Well, I can immediately tell you one thing. By the time it was done, it was not monthly. In fact, by the very end, the last couple of issues were seasonal. So there was a fall edition, maybe a winter edition? Or no, a spring edition, maybe a winter edition, and then definitely a summer edition, and that's what this is. So, let's take a look. We have done a similar era magazine. I think that was 2015. So this actually wouldn't be the newest one that we've done. 2014 FIFA World Cup, Brazil. Come to Brazil. Lead your country to FIFA World Cup. Glory? Oh, glory. That's supposed to be a G. Okay. Good. Feel the fight! I don't know if I want to feel my video games. I think I'd rather play them. There are some weirdos who probably feel their video games. I best not associate with them. And this is UFC something. One of the UFC games. Honestly, they're probably all the same. I do kind of wonder if there's going to be any talk. Like, did they know this was the final EGM?
What if the Beatles had never moved past Love Me Do? Sure, breakout hits are great, but it's far better to expand your horizons.
This is not Anna, but I also feel like this is a very appropriate voice given the subject matter.
Destiny. We take an in-depth look inside. Rad.
Let's try something else. What is this? It's so small, it kind of just looks like a legal copy. I wonder if that's what it is.
Kofei SCI copyright symbol copyright 2014. EGM Media.
MGM owned this at the time. Okay. Well, that's entirely what it was, just legal copy. Now let's go back to Anna. There's Anna. Mincho? Not sure what that is, but we will figure out. And entirely as we expected, it is like half ads. So this is 83 pages. I'm not 100% sure how much we're actually going to be seeing, but we may be able to like get through this possibly in one stream. They did get pretty short round about this time.
Patterson. Executive editor, over half of Eric's personal home library now consists of either games 0 that he's played for less than 5 minutes or those that aren't even open yet. At this point, the only hopes that he'll ever catch up are either unemployment or worldwide virus pandemic.
Oh no.
Favorite genres: horror, music/rhythm, Flying Girl Adventures, Twitter @Picori Andrew Fitch. Managing editor Andrew's Back to Nature caveman diet has transported him to the Paleolithic, when man foraged for grilled salmon at Whole Foods. He also yearns for a remake of that classic caveman game. Wait, no, there's never been a good caveman game. An injustice, truly.
Shit, really?
Favorite
There hasn't
genres:
been.
RPG, action, simulation.
Like, what has there been?
Twitter
Chuck Rock?
@Twitch
That was
Camera.
dog shit.
Senior editor, it was a pretty great spring for games, and it was great to see
Lost
high
Vikings isn't a
profile
caveman
and sole
game, it's,
exclusives
well, a
coming
Viking
out
game.
during the early months of the X year. But what's next? Mark
Wait, Joe and
Wood
Matt.
seemed
There
free
you
to
go.
put a
There's your
shine
good
on what
caveman
is,
game.
As 3 of now, looking like a somewhat lackluster holiday. Favorite genres: adventure, RPG, platformers, Twitter @RKYMTNGMR Ray Carcillo. Reviews editor, even though this was Ray's 53, he still gets excited for the trade show.
Chrono
His
Trigger
joy
could
now
maybe
comes
be a
less from
caveman
game
game.
reveals, however, and more from seeing
There's
old
caveman
friends.
sections in it.
With how bad the industry keeps secrets, jaw-dropping surprises are a thing of the past, sadly. Favorite genres: action, adventure, RPG, Twitter @RayCarcillo Josh Harmon. Associate editor, while looking through old issues of Pound GM for Time Capsule, Josh discovered a werewolf fighting game on Sega CD called, no joke, Avengers of Vengeance that featured a character named Barco. He no longer abides anyone who says games used to be better. Favorite genres: FPS, adventure, indie, Twitter
Oh god, yeah, Revengers of Vengeance is a pretty... is a bit of a turd.
And quite liking Captain America, the Winter Soldier.
It's the
Chris
sequel
thought
to the
perhaps
infamous
there was
Heavy
room in his
Nova.
heart for comic books.
If you know anything about Heavy
After
Nova, you know
struggling
that it's
to
not
walk
good,
out
and
the
Revengers of
Amazing
Vengeance
Spider-Man
isn't much
2,
better.
He's decided to maintain a strict real books only policy. Favorite genres: shooters, puzzle, RPG, Twitter @EGM_Chris Matthew Bennett. Associate editor. Egno.com. Following a drought of games, Matt's practically salivating at the thought of all those major titles sitting just over the horizon. His poor PlayStation 4 has been left gathering dust since Infamous, Second Son, and now he's itching to see what the system's truly capable of. Favorite genres: RPG, MMO, driving, Twitter @MatchBait89T Paul Semmel. Contributing editor, like his
Whose favorite
co-host
genre
at
is
LDM,
racing
Paul
game?
put extensive planning and preparation equals
Or
into his
driving
attendance
game.
of this year's
That like,
E3,
even
his
worse. It's
20th,
not even necessarily
by which he
racing,
means
just
they were trying
driving.
to figure out which flavor of Pop-Tarts he wanted to snack on while rushing to make meetings. And favorite genres: shooters, action, adventure, Twitter @Paul Semmel. SRS, AR, please save me. How playing Daylight for IJ review this issue.
Raising
This
Games, no,
dilemma.
you're not a
My wife
racist.
had
Hello,
gotten home
Wolfpack.
from work, and we were both too tired to cook, so we made the decision to head out to find something to
Are
eat.
you a drivist?
The problem?
Are you a driver?
Couldn't save.
Are you a Driv
At launch,
3R?
I'd been shown the icon that would appear whenever my progress was autosaved, but hadn't seen it in some time. Going to exit game warned me about losing any progress since my last save, but it never told me how to save. Later, found out that Daylight only saves after you clear each specific chunk of the storyline. In that moment, all could do was exit out to the PS4's main menu and leave my machine running while we were out. Autosave systems let the player continue to experience the game without worrying about their progress being lost, understand and appreciate the benefits. More and more, however, I'm running
A
into
rider
games
of
where
vehicles.
autosaves are infrequent, happen at unclear points during play, and no option for any kind of manual save, even when quitting, exists. One must be careful when speaking in absolutes about game development and the intentions of designers, but we'll do zero here. These systems are not only
Back when
unfriendly to
designers
players,
could still have
but purposefully
intentions.
anti-player. Any number of things can crop up while gaming, and shouldn't have to question whether or not I'll lose any progress when exiting.
Never been a
The
real big
moment a
car
game
guy. I
puts me in
mean,
that position, it has failed at one
it's a
of its
really
most
expensive
primary
hobby,
duties.
obviously.
Eric L.
You basically
Harrison,
have to kind of
four.
be like Jay Leno in order to like get into actual, you know, cars and shit. You had a Thunderbird, but someone hit it pretty quick. Oh, a Firebird. Oh, man. Did you have the cool one with, like, the flaming chicken on the hood?
AERE Senior, Artistic License, just wanted to commend you for talking about graphics versus style and gameplay in your roundtable discussion from issue number 262. It was awesome to see you guys talk about how better graphics don't always make the better game. So many people are completely hung up on the graphics, whether it's better resolution, frames per second, or more realism.
It originally had the
that they
flaming
truly
bird,
miss
but
out
when
on
you
some
got
great
it
games that have their own special art
used,
style,
it was
unique
already
mechanics,
painted over.
or
Sad.
fantastic storyline. Some of the games you listed, such as Mirror Mesa and The Wind Waker, are great examples of titles that people may have missed out on just because of how they look. I'm always looking
Mirror
out for
Mesa,
games
I think
that
that's
push
one
those
that,
boundaries and conceptions of how a game
Wolf, that's
should
the one
be.
you requested, I
Picked up the
believe.
Wii game Lost in Shadow for just that reason, in fact. Loved the art
Also,
direction
I
and
would say, like,
atmosphere of that
Wind
game.
Waker looked really good. It's
Okami
just the
is
art
another
style
great
people
example
weren't
of
really a
game
fan
thoroughly
of.
enjoyed that has a unique art style,
Graphically,
a
I
good
think the game
storyline,
was fine.
and
It's just
characters
people
that
didn't really like
capture
the,
your attention.
kind of more
Do
like
agree that
2D
some games
style at
certainly
the time.
benefit
They
from
wanted
having
something a
the
bit more
best
realistic.
graphics,
I guess that's the
but
point they're
one is
making.
not always a requirement. Nice to see that others feel the same way as do. Sean Morrow, EG.
I guess this would have been like right around the time of like
Sean.
that kind of retro
It's an
revival
interesting
indie
time for
revolution.
game development right now, especially when it comes. To art style. We're really seeing two distinct approaches. There's the big
The
budget,
pink looks like
hyper
Okami. I've
realistic
not played
graphics
Okami.
you'll find in games like Call of Duty, Battlefield, and
You loved
Assassin's
Wind
Creed,
Waker.
of course, but on the indie side, investing
You
in
100%
visuals that
did it
closely
all.
mimic reality
So great.
simply isn't
I'm not much of a
feasible.
Zelda
In
person,
that
but maybe
realm,
I need to
we're
try
starting
Wind
to see a
Waker.
fantastically diverse
Maybe
array of art
that'll be the
styles
game
and
that finally
graphical
converts me into a
choices.
Zelda fan.
The Banner Saga, from 3 BioWare veterans,
Probably
could
not.
hardly be more different from a typical title helmed by that developer. It's got incredible hand-drawn art inspired by Norse.
I believe that it's a
there's
fine
more
game. I
resemblance
believe
to
you that it's a
something
fine
you'd
game. I'm
find
just
from
not a
Diamond
massive
and
Zelda
Dr.
fan. I'm
Greg
not really
Zestchuk and
into
Ray
like,
Musica.
you know, like the puzzles.
Indie games are even calling
like
upon
that.
the wisdom of the
I
ancients
played
for
Ocarina.
inspiration.
Maybe I need to. Well,
Pantheon, an
I was gonna say
upcoming
maybe I
2D
need to play the
platformer
remake
from
of
Canadian
Ocarina of Time when that
developer
comes
Alien
out,
Trap
but that would
is
also
being
require me to
done
get
in
a Switch
group
2, and
art
I'm not
style
doing
you
that.
might find on the side of a classical vase in a museum, an idea managing editor Andrew Fitch has always championed. It's interesting you mention Okami. Given the current economic climate, would Capcom risk those novel visuals in a game today?
The Wind Waker
Considering
HD
that they
mod.
shut
I
down
also
Okami
have Wind
developer
Waker on the
Clover
Wii
Studio,
U,
it doesn't seem likely.
which I imagine
think
does
it's
the
up to
same
the
thing.
users to
I
press
also
the
heard it has like
artistic
some quality of
envelope
life
now,
improvements.
and thankfully,
I do
it looks
have
like they're
Wind
set
Waker
to
on the
do
Wii
just
U,
that.
so if I play it, I'm probably playing it that way. But yeah, I actually I looked for what was the game you recommended the other day? Yakuza 0. I looked for that on Steam. Not only is that not on Steam, I don't think any of the Yakuza games are on Steam. So, like, is it on, like, GOG or Epic or something? Is it, like, one of those deals? Honestly, though, I don't know if I would play it much past, like, an initial stream, so... You think the Wii U version is fine? Yeah, I heard it's... I mean, with a game like Wind Waker, though, it's not like you can make that look much better without just completely changing the art style. Like, Wind Waker was a beautiful looking game, I believe. Like, like if you don't mind, or in fact, if you're like me and you kind of prefer that sort of 2D style, like that sort of 2D hand-drawn style, you know, like, it kind of looked really good right out of the gate, and I imagine the Wii U version just kind of, like, upscales it a little bit, you know, makes it widescreen, stuff like that. Maybe it runs better. Mostly, I know there are... The major, thing is that I think it, like, cuts down on a lot of, like, those, like, ship segments that a lot of people don't like on, the original Wii... Or, the original GameCube version.
We asked our Twitter followers which video game world they'd most like to visit, and why. Here's what they had to say: definitely Jet Set Radio. Even after all the games I've played since JSR, still believe its world is amazing. Josh C. at Josh
I gotta
Angie
at
the
least
Guy
play,
Game
like,
for
4
the
hours of
thought-provoking
Yakuza
trivia
0.
questions.
Okay.
Eric Plunk at Eric
Yeah,
Plunk,
maybe
the
it's on
Legend of
Epic.
Zelda.
I guess I gotta get Epic.
I'd spend my time hoarding rupees till was the richest one there. AIC at Silk Ted gotta visit the world of Mario Kart. Indestructible carts means insurance isn't a thing. and AAA is run by Lucky Juice. No traffic. 2. Tap a Mallory Archer at capability. If I knew could respawn and come back to real life in one piece, I'd go with the world of Left 4 Dead. Cricket Lee at Crixley HLFYILYJOLTH pound L8SCNT 3 milliliters PO /I3 $7-$3 NE Tekken, if only because everyone knows a martial art in Tekken. Which means ID instantly know one upon arrival. Zach Dude at Zach Dude.
Win 5 new games. This is your last issue. You're really still doing contests and shit? Okay. Who's the winner of the contest? We will never know.
By Eric L. Patterson. How we here at EGM know this is a conversation best had with your mothers and fathers. There's a fact of life that we need to come clean on. Video games don't just appear one day from a vegetable garden or by means of a friendly delivery bird. No, they're instead.
I want to grow my own
when
video
smart
games.
Men and women come together and express their love for crafting.
Shit, we gotta get to the lab. We gotta figure out how to make that work.
At this very moment, all around this country, schools are helping to train the next Hideo Kojima or Marcus Notch person. Could you one day be a name on that list? Check out our guide to some of the top schools to offer game programs. Consider if one of them is right for you, and if so, follow that
Ask
dream.
your doctor if game programs are right for you. Or gaming school is right for you. Tighten up the graphics on level 3. The Lego Movie. Man, that was a new thing. When did that come out? Alexa, when did the Lego Movie come out? That would have been around this time.
The Lego Movie hit theaters in the United States on February 7, 2014.
Oh, so it would have already been out by the time this magazine happened.
____I'm it, an oratory, movies, following, perfectly algarag, Lego minifigure who is takenly identified as the most _extraordinary person and the key to saving the world. He is on an epic quest to stop an evil tyrant, a journey for which Emmett is hopelessly and hilariously underprepared. GRE.
I never saw this movie, I'll be totally honest. I've heard good things. I know the Everything is Awesome song, and that's about it. And then they did like a second Lego movie, and then there was like a Lego Batman movie, and Lego Schindler's List, I think. That was pretty wild. I don't know why they did that.
TO celebrate the release said 20 Blu-ray combo packs of the Lego MOTO giveaway. And one
They are on
lucky
Steam?
winner
I used
will
voice to
receive a
text,
32-inch
so
HD TV.
I didn't
No
see
purchase
it.
necessary to enter or win, void where prohibited. Open only to legal U.S. residents. Contest begins June
Ah,
1st,
fuck.
2014 and ends
I'm an illegal
June
US
30th,
resident.
2014. Odds
The
of
gummy
winning
man gonna
depend
get
on
me.
Number of eligible entries received. To enter, please send an email to contests@egmnow.net with the Lego Movie giveaway in the subject line. Be sure to
I'll look
include
this
your
up right
full
now.
name, address, and email address in the body of the email. For entry and official rules with complete entry, eligibility, prize, and other details, go to www.egmnow.com/contests.
O's?
All of the information necessary to entering via mail,
I know it's not
etc.
yet
is
too
housed
easy,
online.
but-
Copyright 2014 Warner Brothers Entertainment Incorporated Lego. The Lego logo and the minifigure are trademarks referee OO. And/or copyrights of the Lego Group. Copyright 2014 The Lego Group.
I see
rights
Yakuza
reserved.
Empire. That's
All
it.
Blu-ray disc and Blu-ray, and the logos are the trademarks of Blu-ray Discs
And
Association.
other Yakuza. I don't think...
Resos.
Oh, and Yakuza Cats. None of those look official. YAKUZA, right?
University of Advancing Technology Tempe, Arizona. Tuition, $11,575 per semester. Enrollment, 412. School profile. Students at UAT are immersed in all levels of video game design, from the initial storyboards to the final, polished project. To assist in that, the school offers an entire suite of game-related programs.
Oh, they're still
including
talking about gamer
programming,
school.
Production, and design. Claim to fame. Besides being immersed in tech 24/7, students are pushed to innovate in order to graduate, with the goal of creating something that's never been done before. UAT's dormitory is equally tech-infused, helping students fully immerse themselves in their goals. Industry involvement. Notable alumni work at studios such as Gearbox, Ubisoft, and Rockstar, and along with a strong presence in the indie game community, the school has a robust partnership with Blizzard Entertainment.
YAKUZA. Okay, so I was spelling it
University
right.
Winter Park, Florida. Tuition,
Why is it not-
$429 to
Why is it not showing up
$861
for
per
me?
credit hour. Enrollment. More than 2,800 students across all gaming degree programs. School profile. Full Sail's Game School offers bachelor's and graduate degree programs that teach the art and technology of software development, including how to create game engines, develop artificial intelligence, and integrate assets. Claims to fame. Named one of the Princeton Review's 2014 top graduate schools to study game design, Full Sail also brings in professional gamers to play and provide feedback on students' work, along with hosting
be
industry
one of those
veterans
things
to
where, like,
mentor
Steam
pupils
just
working on their final
auto-checks
projects. Industry
filters and
involvement.
shit that I don't
Full
want,
Sail graduates had
but-
credits on games nominated in nearly every category of Spike's 2013
showing
VGX
up.
Awards and have contributed to such titles as The Last of Us, BioShock
Just look it
Infinite,
up on the
and
internet or
Assassin's
something.
Creed 4, Black Flag. Massachusetts Institute of Technology Cambridge, Massachusetts. Tuition cost, $45,016 per year. Enrollment, 4,528. Undergraduate enrollment. School profile. MIT's Game Lab curriculum has a focus on game design, production, and project management.
Yeah, it's not showing up for me. I'm gonna have to look it up, I guess, on Google or something. Oh, there's the link. There you go. Well, that loaded. I was gonna say, is it because it's like 18 plus or something? No, I've bought 18 plus games on Steam before. Okay, it's not on sale now, but it is like $15. I'll put it in my wish list in case it does go on sale at some stage. Oh, wait, no, the upgrade is $14. Yes. The full game is $29.99. Okay. Alright, I might buy it then. Why is my... Why didn't that go off? I just realized my... Let me see something. I just realized my chat hasn't been... Oh, because it's like... Okay. Yeah, wait for a sale. Usually goes for like $10, yeah. I don't know why. Let me try, like, cut. Why is my chat not appearing? Oh, okay, there we go. It's just not showing everything else. I see. Alright, took care of that problem. Anyway, go to gamer school, I guess. Learn how to be a gamer. What is this? Charge base? News review. Oh, this is their online website. I wonder if that's still Charge base. Is that still active? www.egmnow.com. Is that still a thing? Only one way to find out. has anyone bought this URL yet. No. Okay, so EGM does still exist in some form. Nice to know. So EGM, not entirely dead, just very badly burned. The number with Neversoft. 150! Neversoft still existed in 2014? I don't think they exist now. I think they, like, got bought up and dissolved by Activision.
Number of Neversoft employees who were affected by Activision's decision to merge the studio with Infinity Ward. US co-founder Joel Jewett worked at the company before announcing his GD retirement due to the merger. Years co-founder Joel Jewett worked at the company before announcing his retirement due to the merger. Games the 3 developer worked on in the past 10 years that weren't related to Call of Duty, Guitar Hero, or Tony Hawk.
Sad. R.I.P. Neversoft. You didn't stand a chance the minute you merged with Activision.
Millions of copies all Neversoft developed titles have sold, combined. Interesting happenings in Japanese gaming. Do you like to kick this column off Yen with a little game called Assault Suit Lainos? While you may have never heard that name before, you might know Masaya's 1990 Genesis release by the title at Asterisk was given here in the States, Target Earth. Long before games like Dark Souls, Lainos was so difficult that many players couldn't even reach its conclusion while using an invincibility cheat. It wasn't just a hard
All games
game,
are Dark
however,
Souls.
It was a compelling trek.
Target Earth for Genesis, actually Dark Souls.
Overcoming new and different challenges with each stage. In case you missed it, Assault Suit Lainos is coming back, as Japanese indie developer Dracu Software is working hard on a PS4 remake of the game. While could spend this entire column gushing about Lainos, we mustn't forget about all the other games out there from the land of the rising sun. One you've probably never heard of them team working to bring us such treasures is Fruitbat Factory, which is set to make a first attempt at putting out a console localization. That game? Ayu Senki, The World Conquest, a PS3 tactical RPG from Tenko, Mages, and 5PB. Ayu Senki is a fantastical trip through history.
Oh god, the people who behind Mages? I don't think that's something you really want to advertise. That game was pretty infamous.
Interact with cutified female versions of Nero, Beethoven, Billy the Kid, Nobunaga Oda, and Marco Polo. Yes, not only have some of history's
Nobunaga.
greatest names
It's
somehow
Nobunaga.
come together in the same time period, but now they're
But I do like
perfect life
Nobunaga.
material. Finally, this July marks the kickoff of Persona 4 Golden.
Hell yeah!
Animation in Japan, a new TV anime based on Atlas' much-enjoyed RPG.
Atlas
Wait, you
USA.
say, wasn't there already a Persona 4
Except not
anime?
USA, actually.
Why? Yes, there was. And now we're getting another TV anime series based on the game. Love me some Persona 4 as much as the next person, but at a certain point, enough is enough.
No.
Especially given how criminally expensive anime home releases are in Japan. Ow.
No, enough is never enough. We demand more Persona. More Personar.
By Fifi, Casio Annie Mustlions Tian AETD. The US Goods and Gadgets Impulse Game Controller. Not only is the Impulse one of the smallest gaming controllers you can get for smartphones and other devices, but it has a wide variety of secondary functions. The controller can act as a key finder when attached to your keychain, work as a remote camera shutter, control presentations on your computer, navigate media devices like Apple TV, and more. See,
I'ma be honest, that looks way too small to in any way be comfortable. I'm just skipping because it's so quiet you cannot even hear it. Afterthoughts.
by Chris Holsworthy. Internet, unsurprisingly, has a lot of very strong feelings about Japanese-born games being handed over to Western studios. See DMC, Ninja Theory, Dante. Few people, unfortunately, bothered trying to understand what this arrangement is even like. To remedy this, we reached out to 3 of Lost Planet 3's leads to chat about their experience bridging that Pacific divide. EGM, could you tell us about how Capcom approached you and if they brought any guidelines with them when handing Lost Planet over to you? Matt Sophos, when Capcom contacted us to check out the studio, they saw a vertical slice of a different game we were working on that eventually didn't get picked up for various reasons. That prototype is what sold them on us. They had a bunch of meetings with us, and just told them what thought the strengths of the franchise were that we liked and wanted to preserve, and the things we didn't like so much. Think that was part and parcel to why they chose us, because we weren't blowing smoke, you know? And, series creator Kenji Aguro, nodding the whole time, spun his laptop around and showed basically all the stuff that was saying, all these different things that mirrored exactly what we wanted to do. So, it ended up being Kismet.
The Lost... I don't know if I've ever, seen the Lost Planet games.
EGM, you've mentioned how you wanted to keep things grounded and go for realism. Was there a conscious effort to shed certain video game tropes by having Jim in a pre-existing marriage, for example? Sophos, think it's one of those cases of write what you know? Rich and both have wives, and Orion has a long-time girlfriend who might as well be a wife. And in game development, You hit this stretch where you're away from your wife or significant other for a very long end time, working 70-hour weeks. It felt like a natural extension, one of those things that crossed geographic boundaries, as far as themes go. Orion Walker, and we were certainly maintaining an awareness of all the tropes that would come into play.
Yeah, you have to
if
work
you felt like
70-hour
you were
weeks,
expecting
and you have to
things go a
leave your
certain way,
wife
then we
and
subverted
children
that
and stuff. Anyway, go to
expectation.
gamer
Think
school.
there are a few of those we did set out to execute. 5. Sophos. We did that with Mira. We set her up to have a little bit of an infatuation with Jim, and there was a conscious decision to play that up just a little bit, but never give any red herrings that Jim was JS
They are
going to
insanely
go for
hard,
it.
the Lost Planet
But
games.
we
Okay.
figured people would bring in their own
I never
thoughts
heard of
on
them
those
before.
typical game tropes. You're really at the mercy of what the production can support. We would have loved to have filled every loading screen with those, but we couldn't. EGM, is there anything else you were doggedly insistent about getting in? Galbert, the bookends with old Jim and the granddaughter, that was going to be playable. But we knew we had to preserve that framing device for it to just feel weightier. Sophos, the suggestion was made, hey, why don't we gut all of the future stuff and just tell a pure prequel? And that was something we collectively stood our ground against and spent political capital, so to speak, to say, no, it won't feel as important. It won't feel as epic without it. Plus, we just liked it so damn much. I don't know that we QU wanted, and we sure did would want it, but UMAEGM, were there any compromises that had to be made in terms of the game's narrative? Anything that, when presented to Capcom, they wanted to know where the crazy Japanese RPG tropes were? Sophos, one of the things that EGM, what about in terms of gameplay? One of the chief complaints one lobbied against LP3 is the shooting mechanics, the feel of Jim. Sophos, how to be delicate about this? Guess tuning the game mechanics was one of the areas we did a lot of compromising. We had a Japanese publisher who had a certain feel for the game, how the dodging and the right response times and the right inputs should be. We had others. And we settled on something we all could agree why, too. I don't know that we quite got it how they would want it, and we sure didn't get it exactly how we would want it, but if you make certain compromises. That's kind of what happens. EGM, a co-worker picked up on Sherman and the Oaks, a band name.
So what does this quote say?
I don't know that we quite got it how they would want it, and we sure didn't get it exactly how we would want it, but you make certain compromises. Matt Sophos. EGM, were there any compromises that had to be made in terms of the game's narrative? Anything that, were presented to Capcom, they wanted to know where the crazy Japanese RPG tropes were. Sophos,
Capcom is a
things that was
Japanese
very important to them,
company,
and we
though,
kept
aren't
getting
they?
the note over and over again was, make sure Nushi is trumped up, that there's more importance to Nushi. You know, the big giant creature at the end. We always knew that Nushi was going to play a big part, but it was something we were always a little bit afraid of and that we didn't know how to tackle, somewhat. We kind of waited, pushed it off, and concentrated on things we deemed a bit more important. But that was something incredibly important to them, and we made it important to us as well, and think it all played out correctly. Galbert, yeah, that one was hard, because when you're creating a story that's supposed to be grounded, something like Nushi feels so magical. We went back and forth about how we sell that without making it feel like magic, and yet, that's really what it is. Walker, every time would try to take the story in more of a Dune direction, the guys would rein me in. No prophecies. NC magic. And I'm like, oh, you know, but Nushi's in there. Walt O'Rivo J referencing the neighborhood we both live in. Are there any other nods or hen Easter eggs? To Sophos, one of the other band names G was Scotty and the Build Breakers, or something like that.
Wind Waker's better than Twilight Princess. I have not played either.
G, Scott Eaton, broke the build with bad check-ins and stuff like that. Here's a little
I have Wind Waker
tidbit
HD and I have the
never told
original
anybody.
Twilight
The
Princess
character
on
of
Wii.
Dr. Bonnie. Roman,
I guess the original
she's
one's on
just one
GameCube,
giant
but
nod to one
I have
of
the
the
Wii
main
one.
characters in Anachronox,
From what I
Dr.
understand,
V.
they're basically the
Roboman.
same.
We transposed the first two letters of the name. It's a black woman who's incredibly smart and is a scientist and even has kind of the same quilted, big greenish jacket. She was a
Identity
big giant
Politics in
nod into
2014.
Anachronox, the first
How
game
I
that all
don't
of
miss
us
the-
worked on. Matt Sophos, LP3 game director, has worked as a director, writer, lead designer, and artist for developers such as 7 Studios, Delirious Games, Climax LA, and EA. He began his career working on cult favorite Anachronox, written by Galbert. Richard
Yeah, I've never
Galbert,
played Twilight
LP3
Princess either.
lead designer, went on to various writing and design jobs at companies
I've heard they're both
and
good,
such as
but
Delirious Games, Climax
I
LA,
think
Crystal
fans
Dynamics,
tend to
and
like
is
Wind Waker a
currently
little bit
working
more
at
nowadays.
Sony Santa Monica. Orion Walker, LP3 writer, is a cell pen whose puzzling career involves a double the
I mean,
life
nowadays
as
you
one
can
of the
just,
architects of an adult
use,
kickball no empire.
See, there's a certain
He is now
aquatic
working with
mammal
the
you can
Hollywood
actually
UT
download
director
on your
and
computer
co-writing
and
the film
play.
adaptation of a
Well, you can play the
classic
Wii
anime
version,
property
but
with Sophos.
the GameCube version is probably best because it doesn't have motion controls. Just hypothetically, there's a certain aquatic mammal that might be able to help you on your computer. I don't know what that means, but you know, just saying. It's just a proper sequel to Ocarina of Time. I'll be honest, I've never been a massive fan of Ocarina of Time. Mainly just because it kind of felt like too clunky for me to control. That's why I'm a little excited for the remake, but also, I am not buying a Switch 2. You can't make me.
When the Earth swings close to the sun, HWU readers might engage in pedestrian summertime activities like hitting the beach and making sandcastles, but the queue keeps it gangsta even during those sweltering, scorching nights.
Oh boy, do I know
Take a
about
cue
that.
from my fave open world mayhem simulator and get
I mean,
my
fuck,
Vice
it's bad in
City on,
Pennsylvania.
hop in my vintage 87
I've heard it's, like,
Ford Aerostar,
extremely
pump
bad
AC,
down in
put on some
Texas.
Cool and the gang, and cruise the streets looking for anything
My
with a pulse.
condolences, Wolfpack.
So sit back and let EGM's Sultan of Swag take you on a ride, cause this is the Q-Man's new definition of summer madness. 23 while another E3 may have just come and gone, and you can bet the Q-Peeper was snooping behind all the back alleys in downtown LA looking for the next hot scoop. I've got some shady news on the future of
The
the
press
game
acts to
industry's new
doubt
centerpiece showcase. Seeing some so-called insiders
Yeah,
claim
2014
that E3
this
won't
came
be
out.
long for this world, with the show
That would have been
possibly
12
shutting
years
down for
ago.
good after next year. The
It's not
Q-Man
too
has
hot
news for
today.
the ESA. You'll pry
You got
E3
some
from
light
my
rain.
cold,
Oh, that's good.
dead hands. The kiss stealing and wheelin' dealin' of E3 is life.
That would probably help us if we got some
and
rain.
Without it, might just wither away and dissolve into a puddle of nothingness on
I know it was
February
real
6th.
bad.
Nobody wants that.
I heard it was like
least
real
of all
bad
the
yesterday,
LAPD.
like down south.
Number 3, with all the layoffs and shutdowns in recent months, it's been a depressing
I think it's
stretch
like,
for them.
what, 104 or something outside now? Or maybe not now. Now it's probably gone down to like 90 something because it's late at night, but like earlier today, I think it was like 100 and something.
Why industry? But the queue's ready to stop pouring 40s on the pavement and all set to pop some frothing champagne in celebration. Everyone knows that Dragon Quest, despite its intensely loyal fandom, yours truly top among them, has been Square Enix's forgotten RPG in recent years.
You can see the heat coming off the ground yesterday, holy
as the
shit.
QPGer hears that Squeenix is considering bringing the Wii U/PC MMO Dragon Quest IX to Western shores. Sure, I'd sooner down of a bottle of Windex than lay a finger on most MMOs, but from all the Q-Man-S heard
Jesus.
from his Japan-based bros, DQX is different. The Q can't
Choke on
wait
the
to get
ashes
his
of your
slime on
edge.
in a massively multiplayer way, and you can't stop him. N3 the Q-Dogs just bursting with good tidings any this issue. Now, anyone who knows me, and my retro-40s stylings, knows that missed my true calling as a hard-boiled detective no thanks to being born a few decades too late. Curse you, space-time continuum. But it sounds like might get another chance if recent Rockstar rumblings are to be believed. Yeah, everyone knows LA One War developer Team Bondi shut down back in 2011, but that doesn't mean the franchise is back/dead. The Q-Vestigators slipped some lettuce to a couple of zoot-suited gents and heard this. Don't rule out an LA Noire sequel developed by
You were
Rockstar
underwhelmed with
themselves.
LA Noire?
The Q-Man-S ready
Never
to rock the
played it.
fedora as a gumshoe stalking the streets of Hollywood in 1947 once again and unleash his trademark, table-pounding interrogation style on Vi.
Good music.
Lies every innocent maid he sees. You did it. Admit it. That's right. Back when men were men, and SS criminals confessed. In 23 now, the Q is one dude who stands behind Jake Gyllenhaal as the Prince of Persia on the silver screen. Did you check out those abs and those flowing mahogany locks? But it looks like Donnie Darko isn't the only prince exuding the ancient glory of Cyrus and Xerxes. Scuttlebutt has it that the next prince won't be 3 his dimensions, but 2.5D courtesy of the UbiArt Ent engine. The Q-Man loves chillin' with his linear-less bro, Raymond. Now he can hop and bop around as someone with actual arms.
Hello.
GS number 3 and with that, gotta skedaddle. Have a flight to catch to Brazil just in time to hit the WY World Cup and live/Avida Loca on Copacabana KS. Yes, the Q knows he called the beach, Pedicel, Traian, but those are American beaches, see? I'm HT straight up cosmopolitan, son. And speaking GS of South American Johns, have got a treat for those of you who like your open worlds with a little spice. Just cause 3 looks to be on the J-Way from the Q Vikings Nordic homeboys in 0A Stockholm at Avalanche Studios. See? Correct and Talmandu. The Q-Man's favorite
This
Latin
comes off
super
as
spy,
characters
the
making
suave
bait.
Rico
Yeah.
Rodriguez. He of the Antonio J.
I don't know.
Banderas
It,
meets
it,
James
it
Bond
doesn't really sound like a
Quarter
thing
Slider.
I would be super
Looks to be
interested
returning,
in, but
along with his trusty tyrant toppling
Well,
grappling
maybe.
hook on the new generation of consoles.
So LCX, did you have fun taking down FF6 defenders earlier today? as you are one to do.
Every innocent maid he sees, you did it. Admit it. That's right. Back when men were men, and
Oh wait, yeah, we
criminals
already did
confessed.
that. Radar. What is this? Under the radar. Oh, okay. I guess these are just like obscure games you should check out. All right, cool. Seeing as this isn't like actually that old, some of these games you could realistically just go out and buy. They might still be like on the Steam page and things like that.
By Eric L. Patterson, ITNA world where indie releases are now commonplace on anything.
Anyone ever
capable
play
of
Final
playing
Fantasy
games.
Type
Catching the
0?
attention
No,
of
I've never heard of
potential
that.
players is becoming more and more of a challenge. With so many offerings cropping up on a daily basis, an indie title has to have a big hook, a connection to a well-known
It's like you
developer,
hating
a unique
Undertale.
premise,
Oh, I hate
or
Undertale
maybe
too.
a standout visual style. There was that last auction that first
Interview with
made me
Mario
notice
Gonzalez is a
assets.
go.
Its
GG's.
Aztec-influenced art style is striking, a sort of
GG's.
Mad World meets Patacon, if you will, using color, or lack thereof, to craft
July
some visuals
17th.
around its mix
Hell
of
yeah.
strategy and action gameplay. The first manifestation of the game was actually a sketch.
It was a
Artist
PSP
and combat
exclusive,
designer
never,
Ben Ruiz remembers,
ported.
and then
Okay.
started doing art prototyping, building
July
characters, doing
17th.
concept art, things like that. Other people
Yeah,
got
you sent me a
excited and
DM,
involved, and the idea eventually became a promising enough prototype
Definitely,
that we were
watch the
able to
video
sell
I
it to
sent
someone
you.
and start working on it.
That should give you like
this
a
point,
little bit of
Team
background
Colorblind
into
has
the
been working
publicly
on
available
Aztecs for about 2
development, kind of
years,
give you maybe
and its
something to
art
work
direction
off
has
of.
gone through a number of iterations during that time. Originally, the intent was to craft everything strictly in black
Elle should
and white.
interview Papaya Games. Maybe that's her
However,
next step.
Ruiz noticed a big problem with that decision. The style was very hard on the eyes. Shortly after that point, played Mad World, and was like,
Oh, is that who's
wow,
behind No
this
Beta?
guy
Papaya
just
Games?
Can't play it for more than a while before get a headache, he says with a laugh. BSUNSE.
But yeah, that's one. I kind of alluded to that on an earlier stream. Like, we were both kind of like, I don't want to say like fighting to get this interview, but like we were both kind of hoping we would both get it. In the end, Elle got it. I'm happy. I might have like some questions I could send her way, a few that I kind of have about like the development process and a couple of other things, but oh, it's Karumi who's behind No Beta. Oh my, how lewd.
Oh my, how lewd. NR, Team Colorblind the solution? Ruiz started adding gray to Aztec's visuals, which he admits was both challenging and limiting. He needed to inject shades of gray, and later red, in ways that would make sense and give tangible benefit, but they also couldn't be used to a degree that creating the game's graphics would become too much more complicated. I'm the whole art team, explains Ruiz. We needed to do something simpler and more stylized, or else building all of the characters and all of the environments would have been completely unrealistic. 3. Thankfully, time was on Ruiz's side, and he was able to put enough effort into finding a good balance between detail and simplicity that he's happy with how Aztez now looks.
Only to
G, of course,
underperform.
crafting the game's art still presented plenty of challenges. One thing that's been a struggle,
You've given 5
coming up with
interviews.
character and background designs
your
that
ball
really tell a story by means of the game's
including
extremely
days.
limited color palette.
Still
We
have the
started
paperwork.
with a handful of characters where
I
even
did,
everything was black and white. Everything
I
had
used to
the
do
same
some interviews of
animations,
like local
everything
bands from
was
like
the
the
exact
Baltimore
same shape,
DC
the
area.
calls and
I for a brief
If you look
moment
at the
kind of
game
worked
now,
at
the enemies
a
are a
independent
different shade
record
of black than the main
labels
characters.
kind of
They
news
have different
page.
silhouettes, different pieces, different
I
sizes.
wrote like I think maybe
We've
5
pushed in
interviews. I
every
never got
possible
paid for any of
direction
them.
To make them stand apart, and it wasn't only until very recently that you could tell what was what on the screen. It's been hugely challenging, but also really satisfying. See Entry Tray.
$400 hours to do everything in Red Dead Redemption 2. Yeah, I've heard that's a long game. What is the big question?
By Ray Carcillo Ong, associated with gaming, virtual reality has often tried, and failed, to deliver on the ideas presented in Tron, The Matrix, and other films and books. The best early VR was limited to massive rigs that could only be displayed at specialized locations, like the Innovations exhibit at Disney World. Finally, however, the technology seems to be at the right place in order to make the fiction become fact, and one of the leaders in this field is Oculus VR, makers of the Oculus Rift headset and one company on the front lines of bringing affordable VR to the masses. Founder and CEO Palmer Luckey predicts that, as lines between experiences become blurred, virtual reality won't just be a part of gaming's future, but also that of the entire entertainment industry. I think the key thing is that virtual reality can offer full artistic freedom, he explains. Anything that you can
You know,
make in
L
any
beat
other medium
who's
could be
admittedly with
simulated in
save
OE.
states on stream. You should ask if like she should ask if that 100,000 is still available and if Mario will give it to her. Or maybe like, I don't know, 25k since you used save states. Still.
BSC Tricenter produces BFDR Seer 1 SST Perfect VR. Anything that you can possibly imagine could be created, and not just created in a way where you experience it by reading
I do
something,
believe there
or
might be
hearing
like
it through
fixed
headphones,
ROMs of Action
or looking
52
at it
that
happen
just
on
like
a J screen, like all other existing mediums. This is
actually
part of
fix
a
some of the
movement that
games,
Lucky
so you might be able to
predicts will
actually
push
play
both
like ooze
virtual
and stuff like
reality
that.
and the 1S broader game industry into the mainstream of everyday lives. He stresses that VR will revolutionize communication and learning soft and predicts advancements.
Maybe I
in
should do
medicine,
like an Action
while
52
architecture,
stream or something
travel,
like that,
and
just to
film
like
through
where I
the
like
use
just
of
stream
this
all of the
technology.
games just to kind of hype
And
up
as
this
Lucky
interview.
explains, our gaming is just where it will all start as VR assimilates itself into the way we live. ITY, if you look at virtual reality,
You're not gonna ask
now,
the $25,000
you see that mostly
question.
games, he says.
No, you should make it a
That's
$64,000
because
question.
Game developers are the best equipped to make virtual worlds as of this moment. Game developers know how to do it. Their organizations are built around the pipeline of building compelling, engaging.
Oh yeah, well there's like Well, that's ultimately how they came up with the idea for Action 52, is because, like, those 101, 501, 99999 in one carts on, like, NES and stuff, those were already, like, well and truly a thing. Like, before Action 52, and that's basically, like, how they came up with the idea, like, what if we had one of those, like, 999 in one carts, but actually official? Oh no, wait, no, I didn't read this column yet.
Virtual experiences and pushing them out to consumers. If MA Medical Lab don't have those people,
Y52?
if I'm an
I
architecture
think
firm,
there is
I'd
actually a
have some of
reason for
those
that.
people. As virtual reality grows and expands, game technology will expand into all of those industries, because it's so useful and can completely revolutionize all of them. Lucky also understands that, much like the game industry in its early days, there will be pushback from skeptics and doubters hanging on to preconceived notions and failed examples of years past. But he also believes virtual reality is just the next great IR advancement to overcome
VR
established key
never
stigmas.
really took off.
All it needs is time. It's not a matter of if VR can change the world, but a matter of how good it needs to be in order to do so. The only way I think a person can be a real VR skeptic at this point is if they
Yeah, they
still
wanted to
think
make it
we'll never
official.
get
They
there.
ultimately didn't do it because
If you
Nintendo
look
wanted
back on
nothing to do with
history,
this,
very
like,
rarely
glitchy
have
nightmare,
people who
but
said, never been right.
they did it anyway, unofficially. But also, like, kind of officially, because they were their own actual games. Yeah, like, so 50... I think it was... Like, the actual reason it was 52 is because it was literally piggybacking off of another multi-carts interface that had 52 games. Except, like, those 52 games would have been something... Would have just been, like, you know, stolen from other companies. Like, it probably would have been, like, you know, Mario, Battle City... Like, just kind of, like, basic games... Something like what Elle would have had on her old Famicom back in the day. I say that, but also I've heard some speculation that it might have actually originally... They might have been originally planning for it to be, like, Action 60. Because there is some evidence of, like, other games that ultimately never got released hidden, like, in the code. And, like, a couple of just kind of, like, glitched out title screens and... Or half-finished title screens, things like that. Yeah, EGM was wrong. Yeah, I don't... Well, it mostly came down to, I don't think really devs ever gave VR its due, really. I think VR could have worked better if there was ever, like, a real killer app for it. And I don't think that ever really happened. Because, like... And I guess it still could. They're still making, like, you know, they're still making, like, the MetaQuest. They're still doing, like, the PlayStation VR, the Vive. They're still doing, like, you know, VR headsets and stuff. You can even... I'm pretty sure, like, Google Cardboard or something like that. I don't think they call it Cardboard anymore, but... Whatever, Google VR, whatever that's called now. I believe that's still a thing. You can still get, like, you know, little plastic holsters you can put your phone into and look and see VR and stuff like that. But, But yeah, they never really had like a killer app like they should have. You think VR is still gonna work? I hope that it does. I remember when like VR was still a thing. It wowed me. It's just that like, you know, we need a killer app. Like PC gaming. Well, PC gaming was a huge thing in other countries, not as much in the United States up until really Doom came out. Then PC gaming became more of a thing. Like, there were, you know, there was like Monkey Island and things like that, which came before Doom, but Monkey Island, Maniac Mansion, stuff like that came before Doom, but I think Doom was kind of just like, I would argue Doom is the entire reason that computers at all became a thing in the United States. I think they probably would have eventually anyway because of just the internet and like that, and like the growing like dependence of the internet. You know, that's why people have computers now. But I think that like Doom is single-handedly responsible for computers even being a thing in the United States. If they keep with it, they could get it right, but they would have to keep investing. Yeah, and yeah, this is River City. This is River City. Exactly. Now, like, no, like, PCs weren't. I mean, they were a thing in America, but they were for, like, you know, businesses. People didn't really game much on PCs until Doom was a thing. Like I said, like, PCs were a lot, or computers in general were a lot bigger in other countries. Like, Japan, they had the MSX and the PC 98, 88 line. And then in the UK, PCs, or computers, were massive. You had, you know, Commodore 64, ZX Spectrum, CPC, and then you had the Amiga. Yeah, I saw River City Girls is on Epic this week. I already bought it, but if you haven't played River City Girls, do so. It's free. You got no... It's for the affordable price of free. You have no reason not to, unless you've already bought it. Like a chump, like me. Well, I bought it, and I also... I was the one who gifted it to L, right? Or was that mid? No, I gifted that to L, I believe. I gifted that, and then I also gifted, Strider 2014. Seems like she enjoyed both games, though. Speaking of Commodore 64 and games that were popular in the UK. Oh, is that free on, is that free on Steam or on Epic as well? I think I actually have that, because Tyler bought it on GOG years ago. Yes, I did, and Strider. Okay, I thought so. But yeah, like, if VR ever gets, like, a killer app, I think the problem is that people are just kind of developing the same games that they would develop for, like, console or computer, and then just sort of expecting them to work in VR. And they do! Like, you know, playing, like, Resident Evil 8 or whatever in VR is objectively a better experience than playing it on the console or the PC, unless, you know... you know, like, unless you have, like, some motion sickness problems, which that's the other issue with VR, is, like, it's kind of more prohibitive. It's the same thing with, like, 3D, and why that's never really been any more than a gimmick is because there's tons of people who either it gives them motion sickness, it gives them a headache, or you're like me and you literally can't see 3D. But, like, VR is kind of the same thing, too, where, like, just by the nature of how it works, it gives a lot of people motion sickness. So that's gonna limit your market more than, like, you know, console or computer games. But VR, they just kind of, like, expect, like, oh, well, you like Resident Evil, right? Well, put that in VR. Like, no, I feel like VR should kind of be, like, its own thing. Like, it should be kind of treated as, like, its own plank. Like, more simulation-type games, more, I don't know, mech-type games. Like, I always use this example, Steel Battalion. I think Steel Battalion, bring back... Microsoft, I believe, still owns the rights to Steel Battalion. If they don't, I think they do, right? It's always been Xbox exclusive, I believe. So I believe Microsoft either owns the rights or has some sort of exclusivity deal with it. But bring back Steel Battalion, put it in VR. Revive that really overly complex giant mech of a controller, and there you go. That could be your killer app in VR. The title of having no mouth and not being able... Yeah, I know, Yeah, that's what I always kind of figured. I know of that game. It's kind of infamous. Well, I don't know about infamous, but it's famous. I think it's kind of like one of those kind of like viral video games, kind of just like... kind of like Slender or something like that. Just kind of like something you play on stream, get a reaction. Like, you play on stream, it's meant to get, like, some sort of reaction out of you, and then, like, PewDiePie and Markiplier can, like, flip it and make money. It's one of those streamer bait things, I think.
Like many 8-bit action titles, NES Ninja Gaiden entries have come to be regarded as timeless thanks to some challenging action and innovative cutscenes. At a time when most games delivered plots with a series of pictures,
A novel, Little Witch novella.
More or less invented cinematic cutscenes on 8-bit consoles. Elite Ninja Warrior Ryu Hayabusa's Quest, a twisting tale
From what you
involving
understand,
Jack Edwards, the CIA,
it's an
and the
old
US
game?
Army, was like Little
I don't think it's
We've
that
Seen
old,
Before.
though, right?
The
It's like
intricacy
10,
of
20
that
years
scene
old?
Still shines through today.
Older
While
than
looking
streamers.
through old EGM covers to decide on the best and worst in our history
Hold on.
for our 25th anniversary, we laughed at how dated most of our...
Alexa, when did the video game I Have No Mouth But I Must Scream come out?
I Have No Mouth, and I Must Scream launched on PC in late 1995.
Really?
On October 31, 1995.
Oh, then I was completely off. I didn't know it was that old.
Yeah, it really catches you off guard how time flies with some of these classics. That game's nearly 30 years old now.
It's a super intelligent AI that took over humanity, and now it won't allow the last handful of humans to die and tortures them daily. Just like real life. It's based on a novel / comic. Okay. Yeah, okay, so I was completely off. I thought it was something like Slender or like one of those like viral games. No, it's like an actual video game.
ENE Rofinir ENE, like many 8-bit action titles, NES Ninja Gaiden entries have come to be regarded as...
Yeah, I never knew it was a comic either. I didn't know it was a novel. I've literally only ever seen the title.
At a time when most games delivered plots with a series of pictures, if that, the series more or less invented cinematic...
1995 is when Allegra said it was made.
Ninja Warrior Ryu Hayabusa's Quest, a twisting tale involving Dark Emperors, the CIA, and the US Army, was like little we'd seen before it, and the intricacies
So yeah, that's
of
like
those scenes
really
still
old.
shine
I was not
through
expecting
today.
that.
While looking through old EGM covers to decide on the best and worst in our history for our 25th anniversary, we laughed at how dated most of our early 90s mags looked. But issue number 12 was an exception, with a simple, striking shot from a Ninja Gaiden IL cutscene. It was one cover that held up.
Yeah, that's like...
Inside, the review
I was...
crew gave
Yeah,
the
like that
game
sounded
3
just
nines
kind
and
of... I don't know, it's just because
easily
like
the
that
highest
title
scores
sounds
in
really
that
kind of
issue.
just like quirky
In
and
retrospect,
modern.
It's unsurprising that the original
Like it
Ninja
just
Gaiden
sounds like
trilogy
streamer
exerts
bait. But I guess no, it was out before streamers. Basically angry at not being able to have any real feelings. Well, anger is a feeling. The contradiction of itself. Ooh, scary.
such an influence on the industry. Director Hideo Yoshizawa went on to the acclaimed Klonoa and Mr. Driller
I don't know.
franchises.
Download that game and then
writer
stream it,
Masato
Wolfpack.
Keigo was involved with the scripts for Chrono Trigger, Xenogears, and Batten Kaitos, some of the more beloved JRPG stories of the last 25 years. In fact, when former Team Ninja head Tomonobu Itagaki left Tecmo in a huff back in 2008, the company brought in
NFL, more
Keigo
like the
on
No
a
Fun
freelance
League.
basis to pen the story to Ninja Gaiden 3, knowing that he was one name from the past that would bring respect from players. Ninja Gaiden 2's gameplay influence and acclaimed development team have proved long-lasting contributors to the game industry, but has the game itself truly stood the test of time?
Ninja Gaiden 2. The Dark Sword. I have not played any of the newer Ninja Gaiden games. I guess I should get on that. I've only ever played, like, the old ones on Nintendo. I've never played, like, the modern 3D brawlers, but they seem really fun. Wait. 10 years ago.
In our June 2004 issue, we previewed both AOI copyright Lots of Stuff That Wound Up Being Fana equals EE-tastic, Knights of the Old Republic if, Metroid Prime 2, Escape from Butcher Bay, but perhaps the most intriguing thing we highlighted never actually materialized at all. It was a new console called the Ape Extreme that aimed to make PC gaming as TV-friendly as possible.
The
The
Apex
system would have
Dream. I don't
automatically
remember that at
installed
all.
And launched more than 2,000 supported PC games the moment you put in the disc and allowed you to play
They
with
remade
either
Ninja
keyboard
Gaiden
and
2
mouse or a special controller. It's hard not to draw comparisons
from the newer
to Valve's
title.
current Steam Machines initiative, which looks to crack the exact same
That's the one I
nut.
should play if I do? Okay.
Hopefully Gaben and company get a happier ending.
They made it more manageable and less brutal. Okay. That always seemed like one of those games where, like, making it brutal was kind of the point. Sort of like Dark Souls. It's like, It's like whenever they added like an easy mode to Dark Souls, it's just kind of like, okay, but then like that feels like it's sort of the entire point of Dark Souls is to like flex at how good you are at Dark Souls.
Stiff. In the wake of the Oculus Facebook deal and the reveal of Sony's Project Soft Morpheus headset, you needed a reminder of how long we've been struggling to make VR work on home
African American
consoles.
Gaiden.
Look no further than our June 1994 issue. That's when we got the first early details on Nintendo's Virtual Boy, a piece of technology so conceptually exciting that we guessed it would, once again, put Nintendo ahead of the pack.
Yeah, that happened.
It's hard to blame us, really. The idea of being able to purchase a $180 console that would put us inside of a game in full stereoscopic 3D was revolutionary for the time. How could we have known that it would all end up as a lot of red and black headaches and a Waterworld tie-in?
You can turn it into easy mode with no skill. Well, like, the new one, I think, has an easy mode. Has, like, an actual easy mode. And then 30 years ago, that would have been, what, June 1984? That's when Van Halen decided that it was 1984. And also, that's when Big Brother took over. And there was that week of hate and other things.
BPU's on STS-STR-108-WIT. For the Russian Academy of Sciences, T finished work on the Falling Block game he programmed for the Electronica 60 computer. His colleague helped port it to the much more popular IBM
Boom,
PC
Texas
platform,
Tetris
where
for
it
Texas.
spread within the
Yes.
Moscow computing scene. It would be years before that game, Tetris.
Oh,
past the
I thought
Iron
it did.
Curtain
I
and
thought
made
like
its
they
way to
added a
American
like an
computers
easy
and
mode to
game
Dark
consoles,
Souls, and that pissed off all the
several more before
purists who
Alexei
didn't want that.
Pajitnov would make a single dime off of his creation. Because he produced the game while employed by the Soviet government, he was barred from collecting royalties until he immigrated to the United States and founded his own company in 1996. Eurocapitalism.
Yeah, Alexei Pajitnov. But shut the fuck up. EGM Roundtable. Oh, they like introduced like a whole bunch of like cool features.
Eric L. Patterson, Executive Editor. Chris, know you had an idea for our topic this time around, one focusing on the creative talent behind games and how important they are to those experiences we've come to know and love. Chris Holsworth, News Editor. It occurred to me in the wake of the whole Naughty Dog staff leaving, except two people, think? Eric, one's a janitor, and one's Neil Druckmann. Chris, I might be exaggerating a bit, but they've bled out some major, notable talent recently.
initiative.
They lost Amy Hennig. They lost the Uncharted game director, Justin Richmond. They lost the lead artist for The Last of Us, Nate Wells. Nobody knows what the situation there is, but it's just a lot of weird departures, and it got me thinking about whether games are still as good without the creative talent. You think of something like Uncharted, and largely associate that with Amy Hennig. The Last of Us is largely associated with Bruce Straley and Druckmann. So, guess got to thinking that we should discuss the nature of developers.
Oh, newer Souls aren't easier, they just give you more options. I see. How many Dark Souls games are there? There's only like 2, aren't there? Well, like 2 Dark Souls games and then Demon Souls. Maybe like 2 or 3, I don't remember. like 2 or 3 plus Demon Souls.
As people and their relationships with the games they're making. Eric, it's funny, because just yesterday, was reading through something on NeoGAF where a member had gone through and compared the teams between
There are
Dark
3.
Souls and
Okay.
Dark Souls IL. And the question was this game created by AB Team at From Software? And was that the reason
3
it
Dark
wasn't up to the
Souls,
quality of the
1
first
Demon
Dark
Souls, and then 1 Elden
according
Ring,
to
yeah.
some people?
Well, I don't think
Games
Elden
defined
Ring
by
is
those two
necessarily,
people,
like, part
or
of
do we
that
sometimes
universe, I believe, right?
overemphasize that?
Just
Josh
made by the same
Harmon,
devs.
Associate Editor. It's interesting because the industry is still young enough that a lot of the people who came up and created these franchises are just now leaving. Don't think we've been through a ton of experiences like this so far. Think it's going to be some thing we'll find out about over the next couple of years. D. Eric, Ray, you might know about this. Jade Raymond was a really big name Z when it came to the original Assassin's Creed. At what point did she leave? Ray Carcillo, reviews
So no
editor,
roll
want to
cancel
say
in
she
the
left
Dark
after
Souls.
JI. Andrew Fitch, managing editor, but Assassin's Creed was more Patrice Désolé thing. Percent 114.
But yeah, it's the same
but most
people. I didn't think it was,
say
like,
Assassin's
part of the
Creed
same
IL is still the best game in the series.
thing, though.
In that case, the person who were behind the first Assassin's Creed, Ubisoft,
You pressed a button, you paid
"We don't
for
need
it.
you," and they were kind of
Just like Castlevania.
I love being able to blow out your guys' eardrums with the microphone again. That's really cool.
I can do a sound mixing.
If I wanted to. And then I still have, like, a little, like, foam condom over the microphone as well, which is nice. Interesting thing, the pop filter that came with the microphone, like, it was, like, genuinely, like, too small. I had to, like, really force it on there. Like, again, I already used this analogy, but it kind of felt like a condom. Like, you buy a medium-sized condom when you're, like, you know, large, and it just doesn't fit.
Andrew, no, he was still there with 2. And I disagree with that, Ray, because think the games after Assassin's Creed IL aren't on the same level. As someone who plays Assassin's Creed and isn't totally enamored with it, think Patrice Désolé's vision and skill are evident with him leaving. Think it's not the same series after he left. Chris, maybe it's the same situation as Call of Duty, though. These people have to have a lot of the same building blocks to work with, so you have a recipe. One Josh, think that's the thing. The sad truth is that with the vast majority of video games, especially franchise-based games, the real thing that links them all together is the gameplay mechanics. If you're just looking at those mechanics, BioShock 2 was a great take on the BioShock franchise. It felt exactly the same, and it brought some
I've never
new
played
stuff that people were
BioShock.
asking for.
I always wanted to, but also it seems like something I would probably suck at, so I've just never really bothered with it. But I always liked the idea of it because the story seemed really cool.
Everything that's around the gameplay actually matters. It really felt like a step down for the franchise. With most games, story, characterization, writing, tone, those things aren't nearly as important. Feel like they're just window dressing. Gee, Eric, isn't the big concern about Uncharted 4 now because those things are so important to the Uncharted series? Chris, feel like Hennick's probably done the vast bulk of writing work.
I mean, isn't the open beta free? You could try it out, Wolfpack, I guess, if you wanted.
My theory is that Uncharted 5 is when you realize how important it was that she and Justin Richmond worked in tandem on all those games.
BioShock 1 isn't too hard at all. That was a 360 game, wasn't it?
Chris, to go to the other side of the Pacific, One of the best examples of a creative, driving force in Japan is Hironobu Sakaguchi from Final Fantasy. That's a person who was with the franchise through all the very best iterations. Some people prefer Final Fantasy VI compared to Final Fives. Fantasy
Might be a
7 or
bit of a
Final
challenge to
Fantasy
emulate that,
but they
but
were
it's also
all really good
probably like
entries.
on Steam
Then
if I
he
ever
left,
wanted to buy it.
and that series has gotten weirder, CRA, and more convoluted.
Oh, runs
and
great
not
on any
just in
PC.
terms of
Okay.
Storytelling.
So yeah, there is a PC version that I might just buy it on Steam. It's probably cheap by now. Yeah, I have a good PC, but also, like, if I'm playing games in my free time, I prefer to play them on the Steam Deck. But also, BioShock is like a 20-year-old game. It should run just fine on the Steam Deck. Should run just fine on pretty much anything. Except maybe my old PC. I still gotta restore that and sell it. Probably a good idea to sell that, like, sooner rather than later, before the economy really goes to shit.
Andrew, it was always crazy and convoluted, but not like this. Chris, yeah, there was a cohesiveness to the experience.
What a
that's
waste.
now
I mean,
become craziness through
I didn't
another
pay
one.
actually that much for the
Whatever sticks is
PC. I
going
paid
in the
like
package.
$1,300, which
There's
is
no confidence
a really
in the
good
design
deal,
anymore.
especially considering like how
Don't
expensive
feel like
RAM
an
is
actual person
nowadays
is
and
trying to
has been for
create
the
this
past year or so.
Eric, Final Fantasy is weird, because there's definitely a defined post-Sakaguchi era with that series. But the same thing happened with Final Fantasy XII after Yasumi Matsuno's departure. He's the guy who did Final Fantasy Tactics and Vagrant Story, and his departure from that game seemed to have a gigantic impact on what it ended up being. Andrew, you can also look at the Suikoden series when Yoshitaka Murayama, the director, left Konami after Suikoden ill.
Install Linux
While he
Mint
was
on it?
there,
Yeah, but then
he
I can't
created
sell
the
it because
huge
nobody would buy it.
George R.R. Martin-style Bible of the entire world, and then the developers used that to create the next two games in the series, hoping he'd return.
No, the old
Yeah,
PC.
they
The old
specifically made
PC
the
I'm
games
planning
not
to sell is
stray
what I'm
far from his
saying.
vision, because the team
Or,
wanted
oh, I see. So, no, you're saying, like, if I hold on to it,
That's one reason that
RAM
series
prices
was
will go up and I
basically
can sell
dead,
it for more.
because he really
Okay.
was the driving force. It's like making Lord of the Rings without Tolkien or Game of Thrones without George R.R. Martin. Eric, with Apple, that was the whole thing Steve Jobs said before he died. Don't sit around and ask, what would Steve Jobs do? Think the danger is when people come in and say, okay, I'm making Uncharted 5. What would Amy Hennig have done in this situation? FAY, well, I'm not saying you have to do what Amy Hennig would do, but you have to follow the rules
Make it a
and universe that
workhorse
she
for
established. Josh,
backup
one thing
and
games would be a lot better
digital
served
media.
if people took the Suikoden approach, and they came up with a story.
I mean,
Bible before
you're
they
right, but I
started
could
the
just do that
franchise,
on
and they were like,
my other
"This is our
PC. Why do I
beginning,
need a
our
second
middle,
one?
and our end." The details might change as you go through.
Like, I
and
could
make
use it
those
as a
games,
workhorse,
but
or I
think
could
that's
use it
the
as a way to
difference
get
between
like
a TV
$600
series
bucks.
like Breaking Bad and a TV series like How I Met Your Mother, basically.
Because I paid, I want to say about $1,200 for it when it was new. I could probably sell it for about half that if I restore it all. And, like, completely wipe the hard drive. I just want to make sure that everything I absolutely need off that computer
And
is
I'm
off
not
that computer.
on your- yeah,
And
Chris,
that's
one
going to
of
be a
them had
process, I
vision,
imagine.
And one of them didn't. Josh, with How I Met Your Mother, you could say they knew how it was going to end at some point, but there were clearly 9
What would
seasons
Steve
of
Jobs
vamping and
do?
changing
Make a
and pairing
useless
things up and doing
gadget.
things differently, and they wouldn't let it end. because it was still making them
I mean, he
money.
was really good at
With
marketing,
Breaking
and that's the
Bad,
thing,
they
is
had to
like,
struggle to get the
even
seasons
if
they
you're an
got,
Android
because
purist,
don't think it
Android
was
would not
super
exist in
lucrative
its
at
current
the
state
beginning.
without the iPhone.
But the creator, Vince Gilligan, knew where it was
And
going
we
to
have,
start and
like,
where it was going to
hardcore
end.
evidence of
And
that.
think
If you've
that's
ever
why
seen,
so
like, the
many
first
people
version of
rallied around
Android,
that
it
show.
basically kind of just
Whereas
ran,
something
like...
Silent Hill,
Well, it was
made
originally
one thing,
an operating
and then
system for
they're
digital
like,
cameras,
oh,
and then they,
want
like,
another.
worked on, like,
We'll
a
make
sort of
another one.
smartphone version
There
of
was
it.
no real vision.
Wiping it is easy, I just want to make absolutely
They
sure...
eventually made a Silent Hill prequel that kind of explained the town, but that was something that never needed explaining. They also kind of changed the canon in doing that, and that's where, when you make your first game, you say, okay, just in case this is going to go anywhere, I'm setting down the rules for how this series
Delete all the
works and what the
partitions
history is.
from...
Josh,
Partition
George R.
manager on the-
Martin has done that
Oh,
with the Game
fuck,
of
so I'd have
Thrones
to-
TV show. He's told the showrunners what's going to happen. Andrew, in case he dies before he finishes the books, or if the TV show outpaces them.
Oh, don't worry about that. I'm sure the finale to Game of Thrones is going to be totally fine and not controversial at all. Note, I've never actually seen Game of Thrones. I've just heard that, like, the finale or, like, the last season was really controversial and people didn't like it.
Any books, he met with them and said, okay, here's
I'll need
how
a
everything's
USB
going to
OS.
happen.
I'll have to figure out how all
They
that
know
works.
now, and
But
if
then
anything untoward happens to that man, they can to go forward with the TV series. But that's 1% a case where the show is successful.
I could keep
and
Windows
G, they
and
know
Mint
they
on a
can
separate
plan. Usually, UJ don't
on a separate
have
partition.
that
But why would I
luxury.
do that?
3. Eric, I'd say it's different for games, go though, because it's not just one person responsible for how the product feels. You have the graphic designer, or the people who work on the gameplay, for example, like those on Dark Souls. It's very, very important, that balance of how the weapons work or how combat works. And that stuff's incredibly important.
Why would I
You are
install
the
Linux?
Yeah.
Why would I
Designer is
purposely,
just
like,
a video game
install an
developer,
operating
director
system where
in a
nothing
lot of
supports it?
ways. NT Andrew, but if you read the accounts that have come out recently,
Linux is
after
good if
national
you
disclosure
like
about
running a
the
server
Bioshock
or
games,
something.
it's clear that
Otherwise,
Ian
there's
Levine
kind
was
of
the
no
driving
point to it.
force, and he was always present. Go,
Well, that
Josh.
is something I
don't
actually
want
could
any
do.
asterisk,
I
asterisk,
could maybe use the
asterisk,
PC as a
ING,
server.
cyborg, and ninjas. Pound's desk, Chris. You can make fun of him for with
Like, I do have
some sort of
Plex. I could
tyrannical
run
monster,
that.
but the apparently,
I guess I could do that on
sometimes
my
that's what
other
makes something
PC,
come together
but
and work. She's Andrew. You need someone to put the foot down and say, no cyborg ninjas.
the Mountain and the Hound died. And incest couple died. Jon Snow. Yeah. I don't know much about Game of Thrones, but I just know that people really, really hated the finale. Wolfenstein! The New Order. Is this the one that, like... No, I think people liked this one, didn't they? Yeah, no, people liked this. I think it just kind of got, like, overshadowed by Doom 2016, because it came out kind of around the same time. But I do kind of remember this game being pretty big when it came out. Hello, Renee.
If you're a student of history or ever watched the History 3 channel, the Nazis were a rather secretive bunch.
Silly
back in
ending to a
World
silly
War
show.
II.
Yeah.
So,
But people took it, like,
makes
super
sense that Machine
seriously,
Games put
because,
some
you
secret
know...
stuff in Wolfenstein, the New
Yeah.
Order, which... moves introduced
I wonder
this
if
World War
Orc
II
watched
shooter
Game of
series
Thrones.
into an internet
He might.
version of the
He might have.
1960s in which the Nazis have taken over the world.
Nazis.
But as we told narrative
Oh,
Tommy
no.
Tortzen Biger, Al programmer, and animator Daniel Erickson, we have the dash.
People sub to HBO there to watch it. Well, yeah, same thing. Is just like I think I remember even seeing, like, as soon as that finale happened, like, there was a mass exodus of people canceling their HBO subscriptions because they only got it for Game of Thrones. It was all hype. Miku won the Game of Thrones. Silly sword. Chair. Did you know? So, okay, I was, someone was, I was in Eugene's chat, and, like, someone was talking about, Hatsune Miku. So there's, like, a new Persona mobile game. Well, I don't know how new it is, but it's new to me. I only just now found out about it. It's called, like, Persona 5X, and Hatsune Miku is playable in it. So Hatsune Miku is playable in Persona. Will you play Persona now? Will you, like, become a Persona fan with me? Because of Hatsune Miku. Are these the reviews? BJ and the Bear. What the fuck do you mean, BJ and the Bear? What is this? I don't know what this is, but what the fuck do you mean, BJ and the Bear?
ODBJ and the Bear Ikuviva OG looked up the Wolfenstein series on Wikipedia. U2I, great 53 great-great-grandfather of 1. Sergeant Stan Blazkowicz
you probably
from
beat
FLCA
P4G before me. Yeah, probably.
2009's Doom RPG. But, Lee 3 has it thumbs out. Heroism BC
Miku's in the
runs
rhythm game,
deeper in this family.
Persona 4 Dance All
As
Night.
Bjork points out, BJ's grandson is Billy Blaze
Still got
from
it,
the Commander
CIP.
Keen game, which,
That's probably
like
worth
Doom
something now,
RPG
just
and the
just to
early
let you know.
Wolfenstein games, was
Vita
also
games are,
developed
like, going
on
up in
our
price, I think.
CDAG.
It's kind of got, like, the Dreamcast effect now, where, like, people kind of ignored it when it came out, but now that it's gone, people desperately want it. Kind of same with, like, the PSP.
Bring Your Hit Game While Machine Games is a new studio. Many of the people there used to work at Starbreeze, so it's no surprise that they reached out to some of the same vocal talent used in previous Starbreeze
PJ and the Bear.
projects.
Oh, okay.
The voice of Wolfenstein's main villain, General Death's Head, was done
You
by
ain't
actor
selling?
Dwight
Alright.
Schultz. Bjork explains, who was not only howling mad Murdoch on the
Nah,
Uzi,
probably the right
but he
move.
also
Hold
did
on
the
to
voice
it.
of the villains in Starbreeze's Chronicles of Riddick, Escape from Butcher Bay.
Give it to
and
your
the Darkness.
great-grandkids when you're, like, 100 years from now. It'll be a relic of the past. You know, like Final Fantasy VI. Oh, did I just say that? I'm sorry.
E equals -1y plus. GHD option joining Schultz in the cast of Wolfenstein is an actress you may not know by name. Well, unless you like weepy 80s movies. In Wolfenstein, Anya's grandmother was voiced by Polish actress Nina Poland, Bjork says, who was also in the Oscar
Polish actress Nina Poland.
Sadly, Sadly, Poland passed away earlier this year
Oh.
at the age of 87.
I should, like... I wish I could, like, have a son and call it, like, John America. I guess I could do that for, like, a middle name. John America Diener. Or just, like, marry a woman with the last name A, take her last name, because... I mean, you could technically do that. And then, like, we could have USA as the initials. I don't know, has anybody played Wolfenstein The New Order? I think I remember when this game came out, people kind of liked it, but I don't know how time has treated this game.
HBR0 for the name game E, while Schultz and Poland are voices in the game.
Oh, yeah, they're doing a lot.
Wolfenstein also
Are they doing a lot of
features a fan
fireworks?
celebrity
Yeah,
in
it's
name
probably about that
anyway.
time.
Machine Games creative director Jens Mathies often seeks inspiration in the strangest of places when writing, Bjork admits.
I'll probably
That's how the character of Probst
hang out with my
White
parents on the
LOL,
4th.
a
We'll
Harvard student and soldier you
like have
to
food
say,
or something.
wound up named after Jeff Probst, host of Survivor, Mr. C or BHHI, FW,
Happy
and
250
Mario
America.
J, C3, NPMLUG.
Buy and a half
Copies to
centennial, if that's a
PSNG.
thing.
Let the Eagles Sorties Machine Games look to Hollywood
You
for
played
more
New
than just
Order.
voices when working
It's a great
on
FPS,
The New Order,
Wolfenstein.
where Eagles
Old
Dare,
Blood
an
is
action
even
movie
better.
from
Did that one come out
1968,
later?
Is one of the major influences
I
on
remember
New
New Order
Order,
coming out and people liked it, and then
One
like
of its
Doom
incredibly
2016 came
over-the-top
out and people
combat
forgot all about
sequences
New
featured
Order.
Clint Eastwood dual-wielding
And then
submachine
Doom
guns
Eternal
and
came out,
fighting
and then
wave
people
after
forgot all
wave
about
of Nazi
2016.
soldiers. We even recorded special animations modeled after the Nazis' shoot from the hip fighting style in the movie, which is sometimes used
This is the
by
one
Gal
time when you
during
can say
combat.
modeled after the Nazis and
Castle Crashers
spin
and
that as a
equals, as you'd
positive.
expect,
That's the one time you can
Wolfenstein.
actually do that.
The New Order has some callbacks to the original Wolfenstein game. No, we don't mean the 1992 first-person shooter Wolfenstein 3D.
It came out
While
after
New
New
Order
Order.
features
Okay.
a number of throwbacks to Wolfenstein 3D, Bjork notes, it also has a blend of stealth gameplay and action that can be traced back to the original Castle Wolfenstein, a 2D game released in 1981, which allowed players to choose between sneaking past guards
I didn't know the
and
first
shooting.
Castle Wolfenstein was that old. Shit. I don't know if I've ever played the original Castle Wolfenstein. That would have been a pretty ahead of its time game for 1981, making it kind of like proto-stealth, kind of like proto-Metal Gear almost. Right?
Top Secret 07 being sneaky isn't the only way Wolfenstein, the New Order pays homage to the early games in this series.
Pays
Not
homage,
only can you eat
homage
food to
is
restore
how
your
you're supposed to
health,
say it,
but you
Anna.
might want to bump up against some walls once in a while. What would a Wolfenstein game be if there were no secret rooms behind the walls? Bjork asks, rhetorically. Well, it would still be a Wolfenstein game, but there was a certain charm to stumbling across a hidden door in Wolfenstein 3D, which is why we made sure to include some in plus Wolfenstein, The New Order. BFRE equals YY1, FG3 RLA, Phil OG
New
It's My
Order,
Life.
the new
In another nod
Colossus,
to
and then
Wolfenstein
Old Blood.
3D,
Oh shit, so they've had
found Nazi
three,
soldiers in New
they've had
Order
two
will
other
cry
games
out,
since this.
Main Laban. Translation, My Life. Like they did in Wolfenstein 3D. Just don't expect to hear it that often. You can still hear that line when you gun down an enemy, Backman concedes, F, but only if certain secret criteria are met, which / will never give away. E equals -1 love potion no. Meme? During World War II, the Nazis were into numerology, which is why it also plays a role PD in Wolfenstein, The New Order. In the new order, there are secret Enigma codes hidden about in the world, Erickson points out. These codes need to be cracked with a mathematical equation in order to unlock extra content. They were inspired by the principle of numerical reduction, whereby a series of numbers are solved into one single digit. Mysteriously, all of these equations will result in the number 9. Army of
Number
E40
nine?
given the name
Number
of
nine?
the game and the
Number
name
nine?
of its narrative designer, you'd think Wolfenstein, the New Order would have inside jokes about 80s new wave group New Order or the singer Björk. But while that aforementioned 2 narrative designer says there are none, he does admit that there's a reference to PJ Harvey in one of the letters found in the game where the writer describes the white chalk
I've
cliffs of
never
winter,
actually listened to
which is
PJ
a nod
Harvey.
to her song, White Chalk.
Confession. I
In
probably
fact,
should.
Some of the letters were inspired by the stark and uncompromising tone of her album Let DS England Shake, which listened to a lot when writing them.
A long, strange trip.
As the late Steve Jobs stood on stage during =the Macworld 2007 keynote, he prepared the crowd for the unveiling of the original iPhone with a simple statement. Every once in a while, a revolutionary product comes along that changes everything, he noted. One's very fortunate if you get to work on just one of these in your career. Our Apple's been very fortunate. It's been able to introduce a few of these into the world. 4.
Okay. Just random Steve Jobs propaganda. Thanks, EGM.
And Lal Han looking toward the world of video games, one might be able to say the same of Trip
Yep,
Hawkins.
wings.
He was there at Apple,
Also known
in
as
those
B
early
wings, I
days,
guess.
working alongside Jobs and Steve Wozniak to help bring about the home computing revolution. Later, he founded the 3Do Company, one of the pioneers in the gaming hardware market, and pushed the idea of a home console that could bring consumers a wide array of multimedia options just as easily as it could play games. He launched Digital Chocolate, a development group focused on pushing mobile gaming forward long before every man, woman, and child played bird-based entertainment on their smartphones and tablet devices. Oh, and then there was another little company that Hawkins can claim responsibility for, Electronic Arts. I think the thing I'm best known for is being the founder of Electronic Arts.
Boo!
I'm happy for that, because EA is like one of my children, Hawkins says when asked what will be most remembered of his legacy. It's important, to me, to have people
Microtransactions,
Without
greed,
Hawkins' love for sports
being an
themed
asshole.
tabletop games as a child, there may never have been NBA Live, NHL Hockey, or Madden NFL. Hawkins' drive to one day make a proper football video game helped create the biggest player in the sports genre. Like Apple, his claims to fame are many, his contributions to our hobby far-reaching and impactful. Over the years, however, while Hawkins' passion for video games hasn't waned, he's set his sights on a new goal, not just making gaming better, but making humanity better through gaming.
Microtransactions are optional. They were not optional in... Well, now they're optional because EA fucked up so bad. I mean, they were always optional, but, like, you really couldn't, like, play the game properly without them. Like, the game was really kind of built around the microtransactions. That's why, like, EA got in, like, so much hot water with, Battlefield 2, I think it was. I wouldn't have been, like, too much longer after this.
EGM, you've said that you've had a passion for board, card, and tabletop games since an early age. What's
He has a passion for
interesting is
money.
that two people we've interviewed, Hideo Kojima and Keiji Inafune, both had very similar childhood hobbies. Trip Hawkins, think what you're talking about here is people that have proven, in the game industry, to be creative and imaginative. For someone who has a lot of imagination,
Electronic
if they encounter
Sparks,
a game
yeah,
like
got 'em.
Dungeons and Dragons in their childhood, they're going to notice the incredibly powerful fantasies that you can have with a game like that, and they're also going to notice the
Electronic
feeling of
Shards,
authenticity.
also acceptable.
You just can't get away from the power of those two elements, in that you get a chance to be an epic hero in an epic situation. For
He's a
me,
really
sports
ugly-looking
games
dude,
were a
I'm
bigger
sorry.
deal, but don't think, as a child, really objectively thought was going to be
His
Willie
nose
Mays.
is massive.
Laughs, think the power of authenticity was equally valuable.
He's got,
because
like...
felt like was
No, he
doing
doesn't have a
something
Duterte
really
nose, but
sophisticated that only
it's,
adults had
like,
access to, and got to do it as a
similarly,
child.
like, way too big.
Got to make adult decisions in a situation that seemed like an authentic, adult situation. EGM, were board games the sole reason you got into video games? Or were they just the first of many steps? Hawkins, no, that was it for me. Think somebody today could start out playing video games, but frankly, those devices and games weren't available to me when I was a child.
and PS Vita
The
store
big
will be
media choices
closed
available
down
then were
next
television,
year.
radio, reading, and board games.
Games on the PS5 will
Was
all be
playing board
digital
games
only.
and
What?
realized that my friends wanted to watch TV. Then heard about computers.
So, like,
At that point,
if you bought
computers
a
weren't yet
physical
available
game
to
on the
consumers,
PS5, just
but was
fuck
thinking,
you.
Oh, that's how we're going to do this. We're going to basically take the administrative burden of playing a complex game like D&D, and we're going to put it in a computer.
Just
And
play
then we're going to
Lunar
put
Magic
pretty
School
pictures on the
instead. I
screen
agree.
And make it look and feel like television. Was just imaginative enough that could see that before it existed. And I saw it, what? At least a decade before it existed. Knew it was going to be good, and knew it was going to be worthwhile. It was pretty easy, at the time, for me to say, yeah, that's what I'm going to do. EGM, can you ever really make the true Dungeons and Dragons experience through a video game? Or does that always have
The full
to be
switch to
an
digital
in-person,
isn't
at-a-table
until...
kind of
I assume you mean
experience?
2028. I don't know then. I mean, I'm just amazed they kept the PS3 and PS Vita stores open as long as they did.
Dak Solis a CES 3 Hawkins. Well, bet you can, but nobody's ES done it yet. What would say is that the best thing about D&D is the social community from the group of players sitting around
It will
at
be
the
closed
same
down
table
next year.
and
I'm
have
amazed they
to
kept it
have
up as long as they did.
Still play it, by the way. Laughs, mostly.
July
now,
2027.
play the Dungeon
Well,
Master for one of my
I
children
don't know how many
who
games are
wants me
still
to
on the
help when he's
PS3
playing with
and
his
Vita
friends.
and PSP stores,
Frankly,
but
to me, the most entertaining part of D&D is when the party first comes together.
I mean,
in a
honestly, the
town
fact
or
that they
in a
were open
village.
for like 20
There
years,
are
that's kind of
all
insane.
kinds of fun little subplots you can invent, so the social interaction, sitting around the same table, and the humor of the way that the characters are creatively VO expressing themselves, that's the most pre-insidious part of it. Now, if you look at how it migrated into computers, certainly enjoyed playing games like The Bard's Tale and that early generation of RPGs like Ultima. And then when it went online, it went back to being multiplayer, So today's games, like Lord of the Rings Online or D&D or various other D brands of it, my friends that grew up with the ones who never had children are really avid players of those games. Laughs, but those games are, in my opinion, too frenetic. It's all about the battling that's going on. And, yeah, players have their headsets on, and they're talking to each other, so there's that social dimension.
PS3 and PS Vita will
doing
enter
it
a new
together.
age, the piracy age.
There's
I mean,
something
like,
in that.
I think
They
most
don't
of the
have the
big
quieter,
games are
more
available
deep
physically
contemplative,
anyway.
more creative moments that
I think you
SS have in
can
a genuine
jailbreak the
game of
PS3.
D&D
I'm not
At what
100%
point did you
sure how to
experience
do that.
sexually
It's a
your
little
first
bit
video game?
tricky. I looked into it
was in
like
high school
maybe
in the
5 or
early
so
1970s,
years
and my
ago.
father
Maybe
had
it's
worked
easier
with the guy
now,
who
but I
turned
don't
out to
think
be one
so.
of the
I
technical
remember it being
titans of
kind
the
of tricky
first
to do that.
generation of the VidJE game industry. His name is Lane Hawk, and he's a really brilliant guy. And when first met him, he was developing an interest in computers as a hobby. Lane had a KSR-33 editor's note, an electromechanical teleprinter from Teletype, and hooked it up to a PDP-8 kit, which was a mini-computer from Digital Equipment Corporation in the 1960s. He invented a game called MOO, where you could tap in 4-number digits on the
Moo.
KSR-33, and then it would spit back an answer. You'd try to guess a 4-digit number, and it would tell you which numbers you had right and which numbers
Yeah,
you
true.
had in
You
the
could
right
just emulate, I
slots.
guess.
EGM, kind of like the old Mastermind board game. Lil Hawkins, exactly.
I mean,
Mastermind
RPCS
came along
3 is
later,
good. It's
but
not
yes,
perfect,
same
though.
Concept. He was.
Kind of the same with, like, Xenia. Like, Xenia is better than you might expect, but it's also still not really perfect. I will be right back. I'm going to quick run to the bathroom, and I will be right back. Hi, I'm back. Yeah, I mean, like, PS3 emulation, it's kind of a miracle that it's gotten as far as it has, but it's still not perfect. I can attest... Well, we've seen that with, like... What, like the Tekken Tag Team 2? It's still not perfect. I would say, like, if you are, like, a huge gaming purist, it makes sense to kind of, like, buy a cheap PS3 and then jailbreak it. That said, those PS3s ain't going to be cheap for very long. So, probably a good idea to... If you don't have a PS3, get one now.
I.e., probably the first guy to program that kind of game on a computer, and I'd already heard a little
Kitty
bit about
Envy?
computers
Is that what-
and was imagining these possibilities, so it was an important stepping stone for me to have faith and belief that this was the future.
Oh, right,
And
yeah,
then,
Bust a Groove.
Of course, go off to college a year or two after that.
Yeah, I
and
got some
access
Bust a Groove
to a
music
mini
in here.
computer for the first time. Remember, in one of the computer centers, the Aiken Computer Lab at Harvard, where Bill Gates and probably crossed paths without knowing
Yeah,
each
if
other
you
at the
are at
time,
all
there was
interested
big
in getting a
cabinet
physical
with a display
PS3,
in
do it
that
now.
could run a game kind of like Computer Space, the first product from Punk
Yeah,
creator
3DS,
Nolan
that...
Bushnell.
I was able to get a
I think some
2DS
guys have
XL, like,
basically
right
copied
before the
it and
prices
made it run
skyrocketed. I don't remember how
That
much I
was
paid. It
enough
was...
for
I think it was
Didn't
under
have to see very much
$200.
to have faith that, yeah, we can do this. This is going to happen. It's just a question of exactly what form it's going to be and when the technology is going to steadily get better. EGM, how were video games accepted in those early days?
2 or 3
Hawkins, think when
PS3s.
something new shows
Are any
up,
of them the
you have
backwards
a group of
compatible one? If
hobbyists
you
that
got a
adopt it,
backwards
and then you
compatible
have the
PS3, you're
mainstream,
sitting on a
which
gold
is
mine.
likely
Those
to have a
things are...
rejecting attitude
I
about
paid
it.
$200 for
Every
mine
medium
like
has
20
gone
years
through a
ago.
hazing period.
No, not 20 years ago.
Still,
Like maybe
to
like
this day, don't think the medium is really that well
10,
understood,
15 years
and
ago.
think it gets picked on a lot more than it should. I remember in the very early days of EA in
Is
1983,
5,000
we made a
PHP
game,
here, so
Hard
that's-
Hat Mac, where you had a character
What is
that
that,
was working on a
like
construction site. It
$500
was
roughly?
kind of
Alexa, what is 5,000 Filipino pesos converted to USD?
5,000 Filipino pesos is about $81.55.
What? Oh, my God. Okay, that's completely different than I thought. I thought it was like yen or something like that, where you kind of just like move the decimal point over and you get a rough idea. $81 is not a bad price at all.
Right? Currency exchange can be pretty surprising. The yen is way different. With Japanese yen, you basically just chop off 2 zeros to get a rough dollar amount, but the peso's got its own math going on.
60 PHP equals 1 USD. Okay.
Yep, 60 PHP is pretty close to $1. Dash, the current rate is about 61 PHP.
Alexa, shut up. You have 1 with the slide top and 2 with the hard top second gen ones. Ah, okay. I used to have a backwards compatible PS3, and I wish I still had that, but it broke. It finally yellow lighted on me. So I got a PS3 Slim. But that got kind of fucked up, like, whenever I moved here. And it still works, but, like, the power button is missing. Because it kind of got, like, banged around a little bit in transit. It still works. You can still, like, turn it on. I think you might still be able to turn it on the console, but you can definitely turn it on with the controller if you have that hooked up. So it still works, but... What are my thoughts with the new 2DS? Well, I have a new 2DS XL, and I'm not a fan. Mainly because just, like, it has all the same problems that all the 3DSs had. Just a worse screen than even the DSi. Really shitty D-pad. The circle pad is, like, better than the one the PSP had, but still not very good. I don't like the clicky buttons. I really don't like the clicky D-pad. But it is probably the best way of playing 3DS games. Especially if you're like me and you can't actually see 3D. Backwards compatible ones have high fail. They do have a high failure rate. In fact, like I often say, like, if Microsoft hadn't completely shit the bed and just, like, forgotten to put a proper heatsink on the Xbox 360, we would be talking way more about the PS3's failure rate. Because that was... PS3's failure rate was really, really high. It's just that the 360's failure rate was comically high with the Red Ring of Death. Like, basically, like, you bought a console, 3 months later, it would cook itself. And that was a problem for, like, I don't know, like 4 years, however long it took until the Elite model came out. Or no, it wasn't the Elite model. What was the revised one that was, like, kind of slim? Was that just called the Xbox Slim or something? Whatever. Or the Jasper one, I think was.
Kind of game on a computer, and I'd already heard a little bit
just
about
buy an
computers.
Ouya. I do own an Ouya, actually.
So it was an important stepping stone for me to have faith and belief that this was the future. And then, of course, go off to college a year or two after that, and had access to a mini computer for the first time.
Which model should you buy of 3DS? I would recommend a 2DS XL. Unless you really care about the 3D, in which case get, like... Well, get a 2DS or a new 2DS XL. I would recommend new 2DS XL, though, because the new 2DS plays a couple of games. I don't think there's a ton of exclusive new 3DS games, but the few that there are, you can play those on the 2DS XL. Plus, it has the second thumbstick. So you can play games like Resident Evil Revelation or whatever it was that, like, require 2 thumbsticks. You can do that on, like, the old 3DS as well, but there's, like, a little cradle you have to put it in to get a second thumbstick and second set of shoulder buttons. I would recommend just getting the new 2DS XL. When I got mine, it was under $200. I don't know if they've gone up in price since then. I bought mine maybe, like, round about the time the eShop closed, which honestly would have been right around the time that, that would have been right around the time that I started streaming, so like 3 years ago. I know that because my very first stream was going on the Wii U's eShop when that closed. Buy an Amico. Yeah, good luck with that. I own an Ouya. I still maintain the Ouya was the best emulation machine of the time. Because, like, what was the alternative? A hacked PSP? Ouya was definitely better than the hacked PSP. Revelations doesn't need 2 thumbsticks. What was the other Resident Evil game then? The one that I played on stream. Because that one needs 2 sticks, I'm pretty sure. There was a Resident Evil game that needed 2 sticks. Or maybe it didn't need 2 sticks, but it supported 2 sticks. Because I was able to play it with a second thumbstick. I could use the second thumbstick for camera. But yeah, the Ouya, I own an Ouya, and it was a really good emulation machine. Like, it could play, like, N64, not flawlessly, but better than you might expect for something from 2012. And essentially having, like, a mobile phone processor in it. You can play Sonic 4 Mobile Edition on the big screen. Fuck yeah, you can. Why would you do that, though? Don't do that. Love yourself. Just buy an Okama Game Sphere. It's spherical! Just buy a game station. Is that like a Soulja Boy console? Mercenaries 3D, is that a game that requires 2 sticks? Xenoblade needed the new 3DS. Okay. I didn't know there was a Xenoblade on 3DS. I just know of, like, the one on Wii, and then I think there might have been one on Wii U, and then there were, like, a whole bunch of them on Switch. But, okay, but yeah, no, there were a couple of games, and even a couple of games that didn't require the new 3DS, but, like, did support, like, I think Kid Icarus Uprising supported the second joystick, although that game is, like, jank as fuck. I would not recommend playing it. Is it supposed to be Xenoblade? You can, I mean, you can say, I think you can say it either way, though, right? I've heard people say, like xenophobe. You can say xenophobe or xenophobe. You can say it both ways, I think. It's the same thing with, like, you can say Chrono Trigger or you can say Chrono Trigger. I usually kind of, like, say them both interchangeably. It was a day one new 3DS game. That makes... Okay. It was a port of the Wii game. Yeah, and, like, the new 3DS did have, like, a little bit of extra horsepower as compared to the old 3DS. So, like, even if the games don't require a second thumbstick, they sometimes did require that little extra horsepower. So, definitely, I would say... Get the new 2DS XL. It's probably the cheapest way to get the best possible hardware from the 3DS. If you really, really care about the 3D, then get a new 3DS or a new 3DS XL. Actually, I think, well, you live in Indonesia, you said, so I don't know what's available to you, but I think that new 3DS, just like the small one, wasn't actually sold here. They only sold the XL model. Which kind of sucks, because, like, the new 3DS had, like, that cool faceplate swapping thing, kind of like the Game Boy Micro had. But, we didn't get that. Because Americans don't like small things. We like big things! Like Hummers! We need our things to be big and unwieldy. Like a Johnson, yeah. One pronunciation is British. Are you British? Yes. What about the 3D? You've seen 3D exclusive with the 3D on. I've never... So... I was just saying that I physically cannot see 3D, so I do not have a frame of reference. I've only ever had the 3D on the 3DS explained to me, and essentially what I've been told is that it doesn't, like, things don't really pop out at you. It's more just like there's a greater sort of depth of feel to it. Like, you see more inwards, if that makes sense. Your local video game store has all the 3DS models. Okay. Excite Bike, not exclusive. Hatsune Miku does not talk to British people. Well, I don't talk to Hatsune Miku. I will not talk to Hatsune Miku until I play that new Persona portable, that new Persona mobile game. No idea even what that's about, but I mean, it's Persona, so I guess I have to play it.
DBSLE probably the first guy to program that kind of game on a computer, and I'd already heard a little bit about computers and was imagining these possibilities, so it was an important stepping
is
stone for me
Britishist?
to
Yeah,
have faith
he
and
is.
belief that this was the future. And then, of course, go off to college a year or two after that, and
He's a
had
really
access
ugly
to a
man.
mini computer for the first time. Remember,
Speaking
in
of
one
British.
of the computer centers, the Aiken Computer Lab at Harvard,
Hatsunist.
where Bill Gates
Exactly.
and probably crossed paths without knowing each other at the time.
Boycott Hatsune
There was a big
Miku. He's
cabinet
racist
with a
against the
display in
Brits.
it that could run a game kind
She's
of
very,
like
I mean,
Computer
yeah,
Space.
she's racist against
First
the
product
Brits.
from
Granted, so am
Tom
I.
co-creator Nolan Bushnell.
That's only because they don't watch my
And some guys
streams.
had basically copied it and made it run there. That was enough for me.
Play Persona
Didn't
5?
have
I
to
do
see
play
very
Persona
much
5.
to
It's a
have
great
faith
game.
that, yeah, we can do this. This is going to happen. It's just a question of exactly what form it's going to be and when the technology is going to steadily get better. EGM, how were video games accepted in those early days? Hawkins,
Persona 5 has the
think
best
when
soundtrack.
something
I
good
agree.
shows up, you have a group of hobbyists
You'll never
that
see
adopt
it
it,
coming.
and then you have the mainstream.
Yeah, Persona 5
which is
probably
likely
does
to
have the
a
best
rejecting
soundtrack.
attitude about
Persona
it.
4 is my
Every new
favorite
medium
Persona
has gone
game,
through a hazing
personally,
period.
but
Still,
I
to
understand
this day,
why most
don't
people
think
say
the
5.
medium
It's
is
the most
really that
refined
well
one.
understood, and
I
think it
just
gets picked
kind of
on a
prefer
lot more
4
than
because
it
that's the
should.
one I beat.
I remember in the
It
very
just
early
kind of
days
like
of
holds
EA
a
in
very near and
1983,
dear place in
we
my
made
heart.
a game, Hard Hat Mac, where
Sentimental.
you had a character
Sniff,
that was
sniff.
working on a construction site. It was kind of a
I haven't beaten Persona 5 yet. I do got to get back to that. I got to like the bank vault level. And then I kind of got lost and I was just like, I dropped the game, but I got to get back to it.
low APT ad platformer, and one of the characters that chased him around
Hello,
was an
Xander.
OSHA Inspec 3 tour. It was just a little joke, but California
Persona 4 is the
State
one you
Senator
finished too.
Dan
Yeah, I just...
Dale, here in the San Francisco Bay Area,
My
thought,
arguments for
"Hey,
Persona
I'm
4
gonna
being the
get
best
some
Persona
publicity by
probably
making
aren't going to
a
sway
stink out of
anyone.
this." And the next thing you
But
know,
they
I got
swayed
the
me,
media
and that's all
calling
that
me,
matters.
saying an Emporium Capwell store had decided one not to sell the game because of pressure SS from this politician. SCGM, wow. Hawkins, no, it's kind of shocking to even imagine a department store like Emporium Capwell selling video games, but they've been one of the first mainstream retailers to carry Apple. For a period of time, they were pretty focused on it before the specialty store business really took off. It was one of the meaningful retailers that you could sell an Apple IL game through. Gee, and then they're going to drop a game
I've still
for
not
no good reason,
really played
just
around
because
with
they're
Apple
feeling
II
intimidated
emulation.
by
It's
this
not hard to
politician that might be
do,
able
but
to
it's not in
generate bad
RetroArch, so
publicity.
it's not something I've really
The
played much
politician
with.
claimed that
I also
our
don't
game
really
was
know
going to
what's
encourage
good on
children
Apple
to have a
II.
disrespectful attitude about the government. Laughs mean it was pretty ridiculous. What was funny about it was the negative publicity did hurt the sales of the game. What's sometimes said about publicity is that there's no such thing as bad publicity.
And then
It's not
EA
true.
is constantly
It was
challenging that
bad
notion.
publicity. It was unfounded. It hurt the sales of the game. It was just a political ploy to get some attention to his own name, and we were all pretty happy when he was even ally voted out of office. Laughs a long time. RRTEGM. Speaking of Apple, you ended up working for the company at such an early point in its life. Did you have any sense of just how big and influential
Persona 5 was the game
it
that taught
ended
you
up becoming?
corruption? Yeah, I can see that.
Hawkins totally saw the whole thing. You have to realize, before joined Apple, G wrote and published.
Apparently there's a
through
Persona
market
6 that
research
might come
firm,
out within the
the
next
first
20 years. That should be exciting.
complete study of the personal computing industry. And this is at a time when most people didn't know what a personal computer was. Had a chance to get to know companies in the space, and had job
Think of
offers
it, by the
from
time
several of
Persona
them,
6 comes out,
because was coming
GTA
out of
6 will have
Stanford
already been
Business
out
School
for
and
20
having
years, and
completed that
for
study.
20 years it will have already
Was
been a
using it as my
disappointment.
meal ticket to get a job at one of them, and could tell that Apple was the FF pick of the litter. They were, by far, the most interesting company in the space, even though they really hadn't done anything yet. Or when started at Apple, the company had about 50 employees, half of those that were literally the assembly line putting the Apple LLS together. Pretty small, so worked very closely with the founders the whole time was there. But then, 4 years later, when left, we had 4,000 employees, and we were doing about $1 billion a year in revenue. Saw it as a big company, so when you ask me if knew it was going to be big, the answer is yeah, because was there
What's
when it was big,
FF7
and
Ever
knew that it
Crisis?
was only going to get bigger.
I don't know what that is.
FTEGM. Could the Trip Hawkins of today have stayed at Apple and still be worker of ING there?
I don't know, but
Or
I
was
guess you'll
just
try it next
inevitable
stream.
that you'd leave at some point? Electronic. THF. THTR tune TH say avonen om wump yume, Hawkins. Based on what know now and the maturity and wisdom that I've grown into, having had plenty of years to figure things
What
out,
work is with
I
you?
can absolutely imagine that could have stayed at Apple my whole career. I'm just a restless kind of guy.
FF7 main
so when I was
story
younger and
retelling
less
on
mature,
mobile.
It was going to
On
be likely that
mobile.
would feel like needed TC change companies or start
Neat.
a new compan. EGM, but you didn't stay. You struck OU on your own to start Electronic Arts. Hawkins, before left Apple, knew, for years, that was going to start a game company.
Tighten up the translation.
In
That's
fact,
pretty cool.
I'd made the decision back in 1975.
So it's kind
that
of
would start
like-
my game company in 1982,
So it's kind of like a
which is
downgraded
exactly
version
what
of like
did.
FF7 Remake,
Not too
kind
many
of.
people were planning that far ahead, but was. Being at Apple was a deliberate part of that strategy, because felt that needed to work someplace that was selling computers into homes and where could learn how to run my own company someday. Realized that any new company needed to have a big idea, and as 1982 started to get closer, didn't yet have the big idea. Was thinking to myself that needed to have that big eye that could build a company around. Deedemore worked with guys
You don't
like
think
Bill
so? Oh,
Atkinson
okay.
and Larry Tesler and various other really creative software developers at AP1PLE began to realize
more
that these
like
guys were artists. Nobody thinks of engineering as an art form, and yet it is. There were a number of things EA did that poured the foundation for the industry. And
I'll have to
became
check it
the
out whenever
standard
you
New
stream
York.
that. I'm also
Practices
interested
that
in
everybody
whatever the
else
fuck that
copies.
worst
For
RPG
example,
ever
the
thing
record
was
album
that you put in
packaging.
my
That UP
Discord
was
that
originally
you said
my
you're gonna
idea,
stream.
coming straight out of the big idea that this is a software artist.
the worst
so why not
RPG
present their
ever
work,
made.
have their name on it, and have a picture and bio about them.
You gotta put that in your,
music album.
You gotta put that in your
And then
title
it
whenever
occurred
you
to me
stream
that,
that. The
yeah,
worst
it doesn't have to
RPG
be like an
ever
album,
made,
and
allegedly,
it'll be very
or something.
cost-effective, because obviously, if the record industry can afford to do it, we can afford to do it. That
You're streaming
led
it
to the
tomorrow.
album type
Okay.
format that we developed with the printer, and that was the largest manufacturer of recorded albums. Kept track, and eventually, there were 22 competitors that exactly copied that paper format we created. Where there's GA place, you'll put the floppy disk, and here's Leah slot where you can insert the manual, and it'll be a threefold deal.
Yeah, that was like the major thing with with Electronic Arts early on, is they kind of wanted to make their video game. They kind of wanted to treat video games like a record label. And much like a record label, they had a tendency to fuck over everybody associated with them. Until they basically became obsolete in the face of the internet and everybody just being able to make AAA quality games at home.
Dr. J versus Larry Bird. It was a sports game, but it had a 4 quality that non-sports fans could also enjoy. Was the idea for
Yeah, Jordan B.
going
Bird
in
was
that
pretty
era
fun.
Reptile due to technical limitations? Was N a design choice, or was it both? Hawkins, you have to go back to my childhood, because growing up, the most important heroes to me as a child were professional athletes playing football, baseball, and basketball. Playing sports
Hey,
simulation
speaking of
games like
Action 52,
Stratomatic
here you
became
go.
my favorite hobby, so a lot of my motivation to start KEA had to do with my desire to make computerized simulations of those sports. When was playing Stratomatic football,
I wonder who
felt
composed
that
the
knew more
music.
about football than whoever had designed the game.
If that's not public
I thought to
knowledge,
make a better,
ask
more authentic
Mario.
football game.
Because the music was like undeniably the best part of that game. The music kind of goes hard.
Of course, it didn't do well.
Not counting like the
financially,
music they
because was a
directly lifted
teenager
from that
and
Atari
didn't
ST
know
program.
how to run a business. That's when real SIs that was going to do it again.
Like, listen to the Cheetah Men
admitted
music.
to
It kind of
computer
like
games
unironically
and would
goes
wait until
like
knew
hard
a
as
lot
fuck.
more about business. By the time Electronic Arts got founded, was figuring out how to get the sports games made, because those were the games wanted to play. It wasn't practical to take the first step by doing a really ambitious team sport. When you look at the first game that we did, Dr. J versus Larry Bird, only had 2 basketball players to animate, and just instinctually recognized from my time with the Apple IL to not try to animate too many characters. We had to do something simpler as a starting point. EA starts working with sports figures, and at some point, John Madden comes in for football. What was it like working with him? And is there any truth to the story that he wasn't willing to put his name on the game if there weren't 11 players on each side? Hawkins, John Madden is a great entertainer. If you hang out with him personally, every third word is the F word. The fact that he's never said that on the air tells you what a consummate professional he is. So, you're dealing with a very professional entertainer, and he's enjoyed cultivating the mythology of the story you just mentioned.
He grabs his
In order to bring John on board, he made me fly into New York City, meet with his agent, and convince his agent that he had to make the deal. At that point, hadn't met John, I'd only met the agent. We made the first payments associated with the deal, and then we made arrangements to have a meeting. I'd written an enormous design document, probably about 80 pages, that was, in fact, a design document for an 11-on-11 football game.
Like the song even has like a
The first thing
breakdown
we
where
needed
it's
to do
just
was
like
take him through the document. Hey, I'm doing this right?
Where it's just
Here's
like the
a
rhythm
detailed
part.
question about how, say, bump and run coverage works.
This
or
song
how a
is so
linebacker
fucking
reads a
much
run
better than
versus
this
a
game
pass.
deserves.
What are they doing? I'd stored up a whole bunch of questions to ask him, because was then going to go on to design how the computer did OW, how it chose plays, how it would choose which personnel to put on the field, which formations to run, and so on. Just every little detail. What I'm going to do based on down and distance, time in game, and score. There was a lot that had to be done. I knew had this 2-day period with him, and that was going to be the first thing. One of the questions had was a little bit of a risk management thing, which was, hey, if we have trouble animating 22 players, what do you think about the idea of, as our fallback, just having it be 7 on 7? He then had
Cheetah
sort
Man
of
had
a
a
one-liner
memorable
and
tune.
said, well, that wouldn't be real football. Nodded my head and said, yeah, you're right. That's not real football. And then we moved on. So, it wasn't really that we couldn't do it. It wasn't that wanted to do it. It was just one of these risk management questions, and it was among hundreds and hundreds of other questions that asked him while was clarifying my thinking.
I'm going
I'll tell you right now, if, in the end, we couldn't have animated 22 guys, and we decided to make it 7 on 7, he would have still been on board. Now, by the way, it took longer to make the game than any of us expected, and he and his agent both got pretty upset about it, because there were some progress payments that we ended up delaying. That, they really got upset about. There was one point in one of our follow-up design meetings where we were talking about something being correct or not correct. Think there was a play formation where the developer carelessly had a halfback lined up behind a guard, which never happens in football. They always line up either behind the center or the tackle, and he got upset when he
It's
saw
definitely
that.
more polished than any
And the
other
F
game on the
word was
system,
every
or
other word.
in the collection.
There was one point in a conversation where, for like maybe 30 seconds, he said, you know, do have to be a little careful about what you guys do to make sure protect my reputation. Now,
I'm
on
gonna
the
post
other
a link
hand,
to LCX's
compare that
channel,
to all of the contract
because
negotiations had with other athletes
LCX is
and
doing
coaches,
something
and
I'm
it was
extremely
always about the
jealous
money.
of. He
It was
is
never
interviewing
about the
Mario
reputation.
Gonzalez, who was one of the
Facts,
lead
that Jerry
designers
Maguire
and
line,
programmers
"Show me the
of
money,"
Action
It's pretty
52.
valid. It's one of the things
Go
really
subscribe to
respect about
LCX if
John,
that
that
at
he had
all
faith in
sounds
us.
even remotely interesting,
Right
which
from
it
the-
should. Maybe join him in chat. I don't know if she's going to be able to take questions from the chat, but if she can, you know. I don't know, like, what the allotted time that they agreed upon was, if they agreed upon a time.
Beginning, he could tell that we were as self-reliant about football as he was, and that we wanted to do it right. This has always been, Jay, for me, the really essential thing about my experience as a gamer. Beginning, he could tell that
You're already
we were as
subbed?
self-reliant about
Perfect.
football as he was, and that we wanted to do it right.
You have a set number of
This has always
questions.
been, for me, the really essential thing about my experience as a gamer.
And
Wanted
we'll
it to be
entertain
authentic,
chat.
and that's why I was willing to work on it for years to get it right.
Okay.
EGM, another thing that stands out about EA, for me, were your Genesis releases. Your cases were different, your cartridges were different.
Yeah, what the fuck was up with that? The weird yellow tab that does nothing.
Section Hawkins, we absolutely were rogue. didn't like the Nintendo licensing program, thought it was draconian, confining, and extremely un-American, and that's pretty much how all the other American game companies felt. That's why none of US supported the 8-bit Nintendo when it came to the US, and basically why the American game industry hoped that it would fail. There was only one exception, Acclaim. Pretty much the rest of America was ing, man, we don't like this business model, hope this doesn't fly. Laughs. Needless to say, everybody was kind of left flat-footed when it succeeded, and as it did, it started to kill off the market for, say, COMT Mod or 64 or IBM PC games. Everybody was scratching their heads and wondering, what the heck are we going to do about it? I started thinking about that, said, well, we've kind of missed the 8-bit boat, but there's going to be 16-bit. We'd made all these great games on the Amiga, and we put them on the ST, the 16-bit Mac, the 16-bit PC. We'd even ported 16-bit coin-op cabinet games like Marble Madness from higher-powered 16-bit cabinet games into the consumer market. We had tons and tons of 16-bit experience, particularly with the Motorola MC6800 processor. So, when heard that Sega was planning to introduce a 16-bit machine based on the 6800 processor, thought, oh, well, that's a different kettle of fish. Sega had 1% market share in 8-bit, and they had no third-party program. Was thinking, oh, you know what? Bet Sega's going to come in, and they're going to have a good 16-bit product before anybody else. But either they're not going to have a third-party program, or they're just going to copy Nintendo's, and that's not good. Alright, we'll reverse engineer it. We'll do our own thing. At that point, we're going rogue, and we're preparing for the fact that these guys are probably going to sue us, claiming that we've infringed on the copyrights. But what happened is that, after spending about a year and a half reverse engineering the Genesis and developing products and planning to come to market with out a license, at the 11th hour, thought, bye. Tuvidal AJTTL Ray, you know, I've got to at least go tell Sega what we're doing and see if we can make peace. I'm sure as heck not going to do a Nintendo-type license with them. Went to them just before the CES show in 1990 and said, here's what we're doing. We're going to announce it at CES. It's perfectly legal. You'd be wasting your time if you decided to sue us. We can publish games without needing a license from you, and we're not infringing on any of your intellectual property rights. But, by the way, we'd be happy to consider being partners with
So he just like openly admitted to just blackmailing Sega. That's really cool.
The time we did in 1989.
Sega may have worked with the Yakuza, so like that's ballsy.
We didn't really too need the cash from going public. In fact, we only netted $8 million from the public offer, LING. But wanted to go public so that had I a little bit of a cash war chest for the likely £2 Sega lawsuit. Was prepared to fight it, didn't have a problem fighting to prove that it was okay for us to do what we've done. But we ended up making peace, and it turned out that was able to get a really good deal partly because they were pretty convinced that was going to do it anyway, and that they couldn't stop me. EGM, you then went from reverse engineering someone else's console to making your own, the 3Do. Was 3Do a case of a right idea
3Do.
at the wrong time, or do you
Yeah,
think
that's
the
right.
path
Trip
we went
Hawkins
down
was
just
behind the
wouldn't have
3DO.
worked out?
Miku talks to Yakuza people, exactly. Oh, I found, I did end up finding Yakuza 0. I, added that, and whenever it goes on sale, I'll have to... Well, it is on sale, but whenever it goes on sale for a better price, I'll have to look into that.
Liner, Tinian. REI runs and equals Hawkins. Think there were a lot of the right ideas, but the timing wasn't quite right. There were a couple of fundamental flaws in the approach that was taken. Think 3Do was a trailblazer, and it was a consciousness-raising event that helped the industry and the public figure out that there was some
The biggest problem with the 3DO is that there wasn't, like, they didn't, like, make the hardware themselves. They licensed the technology out to a bunch of different companies. So as a result, like...
EGM, 3Do often gets quoted as the most expensive console of all time when, to be fair, from memory, its retail price was $599, and the Neo Geo actually came out retail at $649.
Okay, but...
Hawkins, appreciate you remembering what you just said correctly, because there are so many people that think that 3Do cost $700, and virtually nobody ever paid that. The way Panasonic operated at that time, as a consumer electronics manufacturer, they'd establish a list price for something, and it was fairly common practice that they would fatten up that number and then tell the dealer what a fabulous discount they were getting, and everybody, wink, wink, nod, nod, would know that the retailer was going to be able to then profitably sell it at a lower price.
Yeah, like, The big problem with the 3DO was basically, it didn't really work like any other console. So, you know, like, Nintendo, Sega, they had their own hardware. Like, you know, they used, like, off-the-shelf components, you know, like Nintendo and Sega both used, like, you know, the Motorola 68000 on the NES, Master System, Genesis. 3DO was literally just a technology licensed out to Panasonic, Gold Star, which was a subsidiary of Panasonic, and also I believe Samsung might have... I believe there were some Samsung branded 3DOs. And as a result, like, the way that the game industry usually works, historically, companies have taken a loss on the hardware. So, like, you know, like if Nintendo is selling, like, the Switch 2 for, whatever, $500 or something like that, they are basically purposely taking a loss on the hardware because they make that money back and then some with the software. With the 3DO, you couldn't really do that because Panasonic only had the ability to make money on the hardware because they didn't get any money from the software. Because there was no licensing deal. So that was kind of like the big problem with the licensing. So, like, as much as he likes to say the licensing deal was un-American, and it very well might be, it definitely helped keep costs down, more so than they otherwise would be.
From day one, the street price was $599. There have been plenty of other game platforms that have been more expensive.
Had a cut of the game's profits. They did not.
Bytes of RAM, no storage, no display, no
and
nothing.
Yeah,
and
if the console manufacturers did get like a cut of the game's profit, because there was no
DVD
there basically
players
was
cost
no
$1,000.
licensing program for the 3DO.
It just didn't seem like it was
Essentially,
that crazy if there was a
it
reasonable
just
value
kind of was the
proposition to
Wild
think that
West.
we could
The
make a
3DO
higher
was
price
kind of just
point.
like the console for
that was
for
wrong.
PC gamers.
That was a mistake.
In a sense, kind of before the
EGM,
Xbox
one of the
became
things
that
was
in a
most
sense.
interesting for 3D
So that's how
was
you
that,
got like
as
just
opposed to its
weird shit like
competition,
plumbers
the
don't wear
hardware was
ties that could
manufactured by a
never appear on
variety of
any other
companies,
console.
all making their own takes on the overall standard. Having gone through that, do you think the idea can work?
Of course,
Or
in
is there a
Japan, that
strength
was
in having one
renamed
company,
to
one
Hens
piece
Don't
of
Wear
hardware,
Ties.
one organization pushing it? Hawkins, obviously, in most of media history, and you're seeing this today with Android tablets and smartphones, a model where there's a standard that's supported by a group of manufacturers is more likely to be
You love the
successful,
idea of the
and there's
3DO? Yeah, it was a
variety of
good
reasons
idea.
why it
It's
will be more
just,
successful.
you know,
Generally, when
there
it
were
doesn't work
compromises
out
that
way,
came as a
there's
result
usually
of
been
it.
a really good reason for it. Think, in Apple's case, Apple got to be so good at user experience that they were able to benefit from having complete control over the experience. In the case of video games, because it's a razor blade model, you have to have a brave lead manufacturer, as you saw with Sony and the PlayStation, where they were willing to lose money on the hardware. Sony basically put down a $2 billion bet. EGM, on the other side of things, instead of looking back, what gets you excited about games these days? Hawkins, I'm really excited about the time being right to bring what we know about games and technology into the field of education. There's this polarization now, where what goes on in the classroom is a big challenge, because too many Americans that enter the public school system fail to graduate from high school. That's a disaster, considering how much money we spend on it and how much we care about it. On top of that, we have these issues with school climate, where so many kids feel bullied or cyberbullied, and we have school shootings, youth suicide, just a lot of challenges with kids coping in these particularly large, urban public schools. Think the game industry can actually help deal with all of these issues, and what it boils down to is recognizing that and learning that you need
Don't
to
try
meet people.
suicide. Try Madden. What the hell? Like, what does he think EA can realistically do to solve those problems?
Where they're at. Learning has to start with getting someone's attention and having them be motivated. If nothing else, that's something the game industry knows really, really well. Children's attention today is going to video games, and they're motivated to perform well in them. If that's
We don't really have much edutainment software anymore.
ING has to go. EGM. So, that was the
You
motivation
had your
for
first
starting
school
your new company,
shooting
if you can, and its
last
first game,
week.
if
They were influenced
Hawkins,
by
right.
some Roblox.
In fact,
Really? You've only
this
ever
is the
had
whole
one school
company.
shooting.
it's called /F, after the Rudyard Kipling poem.
We probably had like
Poem that
10
starts
just
out,
this week.
If you can keep your head when all about you. What like about what we're doing is that
Hell,
it's
on a
the
bad day, we
softer
might just
side
have
of
like 10 in
academics.
one day.
It's not hard science. It's not math. It's about social science. It's characters in a story that you care about that have classic human situations and conversations and choices that they're making, and we can use that as a platform to teach all kinds of social science. The focus for us, right now, is this emerging curriculum that's become known as SEL, Social and Emotional Learning. We're focused on SEL because
They're
there
considering
are now
a video
also
game ban.
psychological issues that kids have.
I hope that
They're
doesn't
not
happen.
learning this stuff by the means they would have a couple hundred years ago. It's just kind of fallen in a crack. Didn't learn anything when was growing up about how to manage my emotions. In fact, my father was setting a really bad example about that, and was just kind of picking up his bad habits. So, Jay think this is really necessary stuff. EGM, will people say that Trip Hawkins had a good run when the end of your career comes? How do you think you'll be remembered? And what do you hope you're remembered for? E. Hawkins laughs. That's a good question. What's precious to me, personally, is what did creatively. I'd rather be remembered for what did as a designer. That includes the very central role that played on the EA sports games and later high heat baseball, but also what I'm doing now with it. And what did early at EA with games that i.e. had educational value like MULE. This is maybe something you don't know about MULE, but we had the game bottle several critical economic principles that were straight out of first-year college economics. And it meant a lot to me
Jesus
that we had
Christ.
a game that legitimately simulated these principles.
It's a pretty basic
in
bartering
fact,
system,
wrote
if
the
I remember
manual
right.
for the game. Because, of course, everybody knew that had to write the manual because was the only one who could describe the stuff. Laughs, B.
Parting shots. What's this?
EGM, what Dungeons and Dragons class is Trip Hawkins in real life? Trip Hawkins might be a paladin. I've played a paladin before, and that's fun. But one also noticed that it's fun to be a thief, and it's fun to be chaotic. Laughs, those are somehow characteristics that Think can relate to. EGM, if you were to show up in one of the Steve Jobs bio films, who would play you? Hawkins, boy, that's a good one. You know, there's an actor that I've always related to really well who's similar to me in age.
Kevin
Adore some of
Spacey.
his movies, particularly his baseball movies Bull Durham and Field of Dreams. And that's Kevin Costner.
Oh, Kevin
I think
Costner.
I'd enjoy
I was
watching
close.
him play me. Of course, if you're talking about going back to when was much younger, then it's a tougher question. Laughs. One EGM. If you had some free time and were allowed to do nothing with it but play a video game, would you go back to a classic title that you've played before or something new that shows what gaming 3 is today? Hawkins, you know, for me, it's never been about the degree of high performance or production values. The games I've always liked the best are the ones that can play with other people, so they're social. For that reason, they often need to be more casual / so that you can make it more accessible to more people, including, say, your own children. Always look for classic gameplay, in my mind, that's simulating something interesting or that has a little bit of humor value to it. I'm thinking back on simple games like One-on-One, Dr. J vs. Larry Bird, or a game like MULE or Return Fire. That was one of my favorite games on the 3D platform.
3D.
And, of course, my personal favorite sports game ended up being High Heat Baseball 2000.1. Worked on that for number 4 of years and got a lot of gritty details into it. Made it the Wii AI a lot of fun to play, a / copyright because it was so much like the real IEI thing. P equals OOA EGM. On the Flippery 4 side, what favorite IAI equals J board / card / table 7NS top games do you have these days? Steve Jackson Hawkins, There's a game called Munchkin that's a parody of D&D, and love to play that with my 9-year-old son. There's another, a parody of war games called Snit's Revenge. It's a really old, funny game with a great sense of humor. Again, tend to like games that have a sense of humor. Another one that's a family favorite is called
You also
Fist of
don't really have any
Dragonstones.
historical,
Two
like,
Things
serial
have a collection
killers or
of
anything
well
like
over
that.
1,000 board games, so there's a lot to pick from.
It's interesting because, like, you
Are
have,
you
like,
surprised or
similarly,
not
like,
surprised
really
that board
lax
games
gun
have
laws as the
maintained their
United
popularity
States,
even
and
with the
yet
coming
you
of the
don't seem to
digital age?
have really any of the
Hawkins,
problems that
I'm
we
not
do in
surprised,
terms of gun
because
violence.
There's so much more social.
I guess maybe
There's
it's...
something about a group of people around.
I guess it might just be a cultural thing. I don't really know. Well, it's definitely a cultural thing. I think, like, Americans just value guns more than other countries. Like, that's why I don't think, like, a full-scale, like, gun ban could ever really work in America, is because I feel like it would just piss off too many people. Too many people who are just, like, mentally unwell. Like, yeah, like, look, if it were, like, the military versus just, like, a bunch of gun-toting rednecks, of course the military would kick their ass. But also, at the point that you have to bring the military into it, you've already basically lost public support. And I think that would basically mean, like, you win the battle, but you ultimately lose the war.
Read the same table, being fully present, having table talk or trash talking, being able to recognize body language and facial
20 or
expressions,
more
and
fatal
having
shit.
other
Well, like,
kinds of smiley face,
well, like, are they
casual, and
mass
social
shootings, though?
interactions. And EGM, if your son's school, instead of having a Sadie Hawkins dance, had a Trip Hawkins dance, what would that be like? At Hawkins, it's funny. Have an aunt whose nickname was Sadie, because
we
Sadie
probably
Hawkins
have,
dance.
like, if you're just talking about, like,
Laughs.
gun violence
Suppose the Trip
deaths,
Hawkins
I don't know what the
dance would have to
statistic
have a
is in
lot of
America, but
Dance
it's definitely higher than
Revolution
20.
units, and definitely some competition around some of the dancing game mechanics. EGM, what flavor of chocolate is digital chocolate? Hawkins, you know, it's actually probably dark chocolate, because there was such a
Of course he would
strong
like dark
European
chocolate,
influence throughout the
anarchist.
history of the company.
Actually, no, I guess dark
Almost
chocolate
one
is a more
point in
popular
HKI
choice. I prefer
Afterlife
white
where you
chocolate.
failed the real-life equivalent of a
LCX, what's your
David Jones and
opinion on
Dragon
white
Saber
chocolate?
Pro,
Are
and
you
wish
for
you
or
could go
against
back
it?
and
I like it. I understand why it might be too sweet for some people.
Where, in the early days of FREA equals
No
SDM
mass shootings,
300,
petty
I
revenge.
talked
Yeah,
to Sony
exactly.
when they
Like, we
bought
probably
them
have,
really
I don't
far along
know,
at all
thousands
on
of,
the
like,
development
fatal
of the
shootings every
PlayStation
day
tie-in.
all across the
We
US.
hadn't
Granted,
built
we're a
our
bigger
machine
country,
yet,
but
we had a
also,
design, we
like,
had
not
many a
that
prototype,
much bigger.
and we were going to be in production with our chips 5 well ahead of Sony. That was a moment where nobody really knew if Sony was serious or not about games. Guess would have liked to have either asked Sony to join forces and be partners with what we were
For a
doing.
poor person,
Just
a
do
gun
it
is a
together,
means to an end.
instead
And that's
of later
definitely true,
finding
like,
out that you're
for
going to be
certain people
competing,
in
or
America
would have
too.
liked
Like,
to have understood
like
at
especially,
that
like, if
moment
you live in the
enough to
city,
reel
you
our eyes.
really have to
Wow,
kind of
Sony's
have a
energy
gun
really
for
serious
self-defense.
about this, and they're going to do a much better job, and should just stop trying to do it with 3Do. There's no point. Laughs.
We are
That
much
D would
bigger.
have
Yeah,
saved a
but,
good
like...
decade of my life.
Okay, Alexa, on average, how many gun deaths are there in a year, or in a day?
In the U.S., roughly 45,000 people die from gun violence each year, which works out to about 123 deaths daily.
About 123 deaths daily. Okay, yeah. So okay, I guess it's like if you update it for like population density, it probably about equals out, but still. cover story. Contact. Oh, they literally have to spell it out that this is the cover story. That's funny. Changing times. Hey, speaking of Madden, I believe this is Madden music. The first one on Super Nintendo.
The late 90s, when a small, Mac-focused game developer
Yeah,
named
120
Bungie
is
first
tolerable,
started
give it a
working
top.
on their
Yeah.
new project, it's safe to assume they had no idea what would be in store
Yeah,
for
not
either
these
them
games.
or the series they would create. Years later, a hulking, futuristic warrior called Master Chief now stands alongside the likes of Sonic and Mario as one of the industry's most recognized icons.
40,000 gun deaths is actually lower than I thought per year. I thought it was like a couple 100,000. It might have used to have been, but I think gun deaths have actually gone slightly down over the past like 5-10 years. What contributed to that? I have no idea, but
it was time for Bungie to move on to something new.
I definitely agree that like red flag laws should be more in place. Federal registry is definitely the biggest thing that should be done.
Set of gaming platforms, but also a new life beyond the series that had made them famous. While Halo's importance to the men and women nestled in a reclaimed movie theater in Bellevue, Washington, can't be denied, it's strange to think of Bungie as nothing more than the company that brought us the battle between the /UNSC and the Covenant. While some now look to Destiny as the studio's first attempt to do something beyond Halo, the truth is that they've been around.
I've never played
Destiny.
Destiny. I just know that Karumi really likes
For
it.
people that don't know our previous games, it's like the third sophomore project. Destiny design lead Lars Bakken says with a laugh.
Yeah, like
That's
nobody's
fine.
talking about banning guns. We're just
If they
saying
know
like
us
there
as
should
the
be
people that
some
created
common
Halo,
sense
and they
restrictions
loved Halo,
put in
and
place.
They can't wait to see what we do next. That's awesome.
But
then
in
there's
general, I agree. I
this
feel
whole other
like
group
banning
of
guns
people,
would just
like the
lead to a greater
PlayStation
black
diehards
market, which I
that
feel is a
maybe
bigger
all never
problem.
played, stuff on a Mac or never played stuff on Microsoft platforms. So this is going to be like a brand new audience for us that we're going is tog to pull in. The idea of breaking off from the familiarity of the Halo series and working on something for a larger, multi-platform audience is one that had been formulating for quite some time. During Halo's development, the team at Bungie Reno the gameplay ideas and dreams that they had, but others, due to technology, cost, or incompatibility with their flagship franchise, and unrealized. See.
And I think, like, and here is the thing, too, is my fear is that in this current administration, we might be closer now than ever before to a full-scale gun ban. And I don't think that the people are going to... The people who have been... The people who have actually been... like cheering that on and proposing that sort of like drastic measure, they aren't going to like it once it's actually implemented, because that basically means that nobody can legally have guns except for the government. In fact, I'm genuinely surprised that Trump didn't use, like, the whole, like, Charlie Kirk thing as, like, a means to enact some kind of, like, widespread gun restriction. Because, well, he's always been at odds with the NRA, who are the major, like, stopgap between any sort of, like, common sense gun legislation. He's always kind of been at odds with them. He was the one who banned bump stocks back in 2017, 2018. And ultimately the Supreme Court reversed that, but he initially did do it, and it was on the books for about 4 or 5 years. And, like, he's always kind of been at odds with the NRA. I think he could have just used this as a means of, like, mass, like, gun restriction, outright gun ban, even. And that would have made his government a lot more powerful and a lot more authoritarian. Because, like, I always said Trump is not an authoritarian, but he wishes he was. He's an authoritarian up to the power that the U.S. would allow him to be. Charlie Kirk was an advocate for gun rights, exactly. You have a gun ban during elections, yeah. Trump supported Charlie. I mean, Trump supports whoever gives him money. Trump doesn't really have, like... I mean, Trump was a Democrat for, like, 30 or 40 of... Trump was a Democrat for, like, most of his professional life. He was a Democrat up until, like, around 2012 or so. Like, he never really had any sort of consistent political views.
WS Data File 54 Guardians. 2 Guardians are the
That's
brave
speculation,
fighters
though.
who have percent A taken up arms in order to not only help protect percent
I mean,
to what's left
like-
of Earth, but also humanity itself.
Well, like I said, like, he was always...
So far, 3
like,
races
Trump
have
will
been
be, like, an
revealed as guardian
isolationist.
choices.
Like, oh, no new wars, we gotta get out of Iraq, we gotta get out of Afghanistan. And to his credit, he was the one who basically got us out of Afghanistan.
Step into any of IL Destiny's 3
But
choices.
then when, like, you know, Netanyahu whispers in his ear, oh, actually we're going into Iran. Yeah, all that shit I said about being an isolationist and, like, the entire reason you voted for me, yeah, never mind. We're not doing that. Like, he's never had a consistent political view.
Then, shortly after the launch of Halo 3, the developer began to take its first steps in crafting the entirely new project that would become Destiny. Of course, knowing that it's time to move on to a world beyond Master Chief is one thing, knowing exactly what that next project should be is another. The team knew that they wanted to do all those things they could never do with Halo, and that the game had to take place in a world players would want to visit over and over. They knew that it had to be a world where players could adventure together and build on the sense of community that Bungie had worked so hard to nourish during their time on Halo. They also knew one other thing, that world would be filled with armor-clad knights wielding swords.
Because you can't read his political views, that means you can't accurately assess his motives either. Yeah, I mean, that's true. Like, we don't know what he's going to do, but he's definitely very power hungry, as evidenced by January 6th. And he's definitely in it for himself. He's very narcissistic, as evidenced by literally everything he's ever done in his professional career. And private career, for that matter. So, like, no, we don't know exactly what he's going to do, but we do know the motives for which he's doing it.
Lars Bakken, Destiny design lead, recalls a memorable moment that came from sending the game through Bungie's playtesting lab. These two guys were sent sitting back to back, playing for Destiny, and they were both at
January
equals
6th is
near
hotly
the
debated.
Cosmodrome.
I mean,
One 5 guy was doing some Ms. Shaun, and the other guy was Dollar doing something completely different. And they knew each other's gamer tags because they were in the room together, and they'd been playing for a little while.
I don't think it should be. It was an attempted
Then, from
coup
across this vast, huge
to
space,
hold on to
they saw
power
each
even
other,
though he
and
legitimately
one of the guys
lost.
waved to the other. The other guy waved back, got on his sparrow, flew over to the first. Tina ENRE guy, and just as the sun dipped behind the mountains, they both sat down next to each other to watch the sunset. Then, in real life, they both IN turned around, looked at each other, and just started laughing, ING. We were like, man, EY3. That's
That's why
awesome.
it's a contested viewpoint.
They
I mean,
3A.
I don't really know what else to say. I watched it on TV as it was happening. I remember it.
But the fact that it did happen was really cool. Seeing those experiences are great and lets you know that not just the underlying systems are working, but that people can also have a social interaction like that. And they didn't even speak to each other.
He claimed
That's
victory
incredible.
despite the fact that there was no evidence and when they were going to certify the election anyway. And here's the other, and like, here's the thing, like, people always realize is, like, even if he had been successful in, like, even if he had been successful in, like, you know, like, let's say, hypothetically, he and his mob took out all 100 members of the Senate and all, whatever it is, like, 582, I think, 482, 582, I forget the exact number, all members of the House of Representatives. Even if he took out literally all of Congress, he still would not be the president. The certifying of the election is entirely ceremonial. Even if, hypothetically, he got everything that he wanted, Biden still would have been the president. It's just replaying the same shit over. There we go. It was just like a very like misguided, basically people were just giving him like very misguided information of like, oh, how he could theoretically steal the election. If he wanted to steal the election, there were ways he could have done it, and the way that I know that is because it was done. George Bush stole the election. If you look into the history of that, or George W. Bush stole the election. If you look into the process of that, basically the governor of Florida, which was the really contested state, called the election early, and the governor of Florida, for the record, was Jeb Bush, who was George W. Bush's brother, called the election early with the help of Roger Ailes, the founder of Fox News. And the Supreme Court, which was conservative-leaning, headed by Justice Scalia, who was appointed by, I believe, either Reagan or George H.W. Bush, ruled in his favor, basically saying, like, no, you have to certify, if the election is certified early, even if it's certified early, it still counts. Later, actual data came out that Al Gore, who was running against Bush, won the popular vote. So if you want to steal an election, that's how you do it. It has been successfully done. Trump wanted to do that, but he couldn't, because the people and like the people, well, first of all, because like it's not even like there was even any sort of legal case in Trump's in Trump's case. Biden won electorally and the popular vote, and it was by a pretty wide margin. Like, even if there was some sort of voter fraud, it would be by like what, 2,000-3,000 votes at most. Biden won by like over 100,000 votes.
Then, shortly after the launch of Halo 3, the developer began to take its first steps in crafting the entirely new project that would become Destiny. Of course, knowing that it's time to move on to a world beyond Master Chief is one thing. Knowing exactly what that next project should be is another.
Tried, but ultimately nothing came of it because he won re-election.
And that the game had to take place in a world players would want to visit over and over. They knew that it had to be a world where players could adventure together and build on the sense of community that Bungie had worked so hard to nourish during their time on Halo. They also knew one other thing: that world would be filled with armor-clad knights wielding swords.
Yeah, he was tried several times, but ultimately he became president and just political pressure kind of like forced all of these cases to be dropped. He was not only charged for... I don't know if he was ever tried for treason, but he was. He was tried for... It was either treason or election interference. I think they wanted to try him for treason, but that didn't ultimately happen. What did ultimately happen was there was a massive civil suit, which was a whole other thing. And then there were a couple of attempted things, but ultimately, by the time all the legal proceedings had wrapped up, Trump had already been reelected. If he had not been reelected, he probably would be in prison by now. Or maybe not by now, but he definitely would be arrested.
Being a fantasy world, since that genre came with so many elements that would allow us to tell these stories: history, myths, legends, monsters, and knights, recalls lead concept artist Jesse Van Dyke. However,
they are in the United States,
which we also love.
We basically have decided there's literal precedent basically saying, like, the president is above the law. Like, you cannot try a sitting president. That is a rule. I don't even think that's actually a law, but it's like a weird precedent that we have, and for some reason we decide to stand by. Night, Renee.
Or its armor
speculation, not speculation,
designs.
True.
The clash of classic and modern you get when you equip a knight with an assault rifle holds great appeal, continues Van Dyke. It's visible on deeper layers, too. The player classes are a good example of this. Take the Warlocks. We sometimes refer to those as space wizards, because that's essentially what they are. Van Dyke explains that
it's immunity from suit.
And sci-fi can
that might be,
seen
yeah.
in Destiny's environments.
That might be
While
right.
Forgotten Castle ruins in early concept art may not be there
Actually, I don't
anymore,
even know if that's true, because
concept
people have
still
definitely
exists.
tried to sue the
Just
president in the
transfer
past.
over to
People
derelict spaceships or
people
crumbling
sued
reminders of
Obama,
structures from an
the
early
Obama
era of
administration
Earth's
several
history.
times, and they sued the Trump
Or,
administration.
if
It
we
just
wanted to
ultimately
take
never
a
went
different
anywhere.
approach, we could place those ruins on Venus, Van Dyke notes. It offered us an enormous amount of possibilities. My first 5-0 feel that mythic science fiction flavor came during a hands-on session participated in at Bungie's headquarters. I sat in on a presentation exploring some of the more basic design and gameplay elements of Destiny. Van Dyke and Bungie head of community Eric Osborne showed off a taste of the game's character creator, including a piece of chest armor players can equip. Feed INNT on their Guardian avatar that looked far more Skyrim than it did Halo. After hearing Van Dyke and Osborne talk about races and classes and personalizing weaponry or armor sets and the freedom players would have to choose just who their characters would be, got the chance to try some of that for myself. We prepared for the Devil's Lair, a strike, a type of shorter, more action-oriented mission crafted around 3-member fire teams that would see us venture beneath the ruins of the Cosmodrome. While the game's races weren't open to us just yet, could pick between 3 classes.
Well, the other thing too is like
and Hunter,
that would
as well
require
as
like
check out
2/3
some of the
of
customization options such as Guardian skill trees and upgrade paths for
the
equipment.
process of impeachment is incredibly high. It's never been successfully done, but it's been tried multiple. It's been tried twice with Trump. He's the only president to have been impeached twice, and that was only after Democrats took control of one of the chambers of Congress. That's the problem. Is like partisan politics are so partisan that it would basically not.
But there are also
There are
elements that we
loyalists
see
who
little of
basically
from
have his
Bungie.
back no matter what.
Later era Halo releases let us tweak armor pieces here or there, and we can even change the gender of our Spartans, but those characters never truly felt personal like they do in Destiny. This isn't us modifying a Master Chief knockoff, this is us making our own heroes and heroines. To an outsider, the biggest challenge in making the jump from Halo to Destiny might seem like suddenly having to figure out how to build a game upon something
It's
other
sufficient
than
for an
the broad
impeachment
shoulders
claim,
of John
and they did
2017.
impeach him. They did like retroactively impeach him, like immediately after January
One of the
6th.
things always loved about Bungie
But
games was
ultimately they
you
didn't
weren't
get the
Indiana
votes.
Jones or Han Solo, this really deep character with lots of motivations. says
But yeah, Trump
Osborne.
was impeached
A
twice.
lot of people talk about
And I
the
imagine
chief
if
and
Democrats
king.
take
After
control of
spending
one of the
time
chambers
in the
again,
chief's
we're
boots,
going to
they
see
ascribe a
possibly
lot of
more
that.
impeachments. More impeachment attempts. I don't think it will be successful. There's no way there's going to be a lead big enough that he would be able to win. It would be able to win both chambers of Congress, but
RREL0 IASA he on own emotions
or
onto
not
that character.
not impeachment attempt.
Didn't really take that
So
same
impeachment.
sort of idea, letting the player be at the forefront.
So the way it works is basically somebody drafts articles of impeachment, usually in the House. They have like a little trial, except it's not even really a legal trial, so it's kind of weird. Basically, they just kind of like debate over like whether the president should be impeached, should not be impeached, whatever. And then they go to a vote, and then I think it is a majority of the House has to vote yes to impeach. If they vote yes to impeach, he is impeached. And then it moves on to the Senate. And if 2/3, and the Senate has to vote on whether he should be convicted. If he is convicted, if I believe it is 2/3. Alexa, is it 2/3 majority in the Senate for a conviction of a U.S. president once they're impeached?
Yes, convicting a president in the Senate needs a 2/3 majority of the Senate
Right.
present.
So that is... So there's 100 senators. What is 2/3 of that?
2/3 of 100 senators is 66.67, which means
67!
67 votes for a conviction.
67. Okay. So 67 votes.
Yep. That's
Alexa,
right.
shut up. Alexa, or never mind. Yeah, so 67 votes. Most have been like about 50-50. Like historically we've been so divided that the Senate has been about 50-50. Like one party or the other. Or it might be like 47-53, 48-52, 49-51. It's been 50-50, roughly. So that's how the impeachment process works. Quasi-judicial body. And it's a pre-trial process. Okay, yeah, so in the House, it's a pre-trial process. You're right. And then, like, in the Senate, there's... I don't even know if there's really a trial in the Senate. I don't remember that being... Well, I kind of remember, like, Trump's personal lawyer... I kind of remember Trump's personal lawyer, who I think would have been Alan Dershowitz at the time. I kind of remember him testifying before one of the bodies of Congress. I can't remember which one. But even still, I don't believe it was ever actually, like, a formal trial. It's a very weird process, and it basically just kind of democratized. My personal view is that under no circumstance should a president be impeached. Unless it is... I think the only impeachable offense should be that of treason. Otherwise, like, if it's just like, oh, the president did something illegal, essentially, I see it as, like, the voters made their bed, they can sleep in it. Like, there's a lot of things, there's definitely a lot of things that Trump has done that I disagree with. But also, I didn't vote for him. So, like, I don't think that he should be removed from office unless there is a coup attempt. Which is what happened. That would be the situation where I would say, like, yeah, he should be removed from office. If he attempted a coup, even if he didn't succeed, that's not a precedent that we should set for future presidents, future leaders. That's why, like, even the first impeachment which was about, like, I don't even fucking remember. It was about, like, some blackmail thing, like, trying to get dirt on Hunter Biden through Ukraine or something like that, which I guess you could argue is kind of treasonous, but I don't know. I would say just, like the dumbest one was the one with, like, Bill Clinton. It was about, like, him having an affair and then lying under oath about it. It's just, like, you know, Bill Clinton, we know now more than ever he's a piece of shit, but again, you made your bed, you can sleep in it.
I thought RRSSNRAS dura all your own emotions onto that character.
If he attempted a coup, file the articles of impeachment and prove it. Yeah.
At the forefront and letting their
I agree.
emotions and experiences really color how they feel about the game, letting the character around them do a lot of that storytelling work, and letting them just be the central change agent in the world, the hero in the world who's going to get the job done, the one everyone relies on.
Body,
that's such a perfect
tries
embodiment
the
of why we
president.
make games and why we think players play them. Still, there was a character behind
okay,
Master
yeah, you're
Chief,
right,
and he
LCX.
did have motivations outside of what the player themselves put into him. We never got to decide Chief's
Like,
gender,
January
his
6th,
name,
it was long
his
enough ago
backstory,
where I don't
his
remember
armor color.
everything, but that sounds
Whenever
right.
he spoke with Cortana or traded quips with one of the Covenant, we were reminded
I keep forgetting
that he was
Cortana was
Bungie's
originally a character
not
from
ours.
Halo.
Destiny
Before
must
he
now solve
became, like, the
problem that
annoying
numerous
Siri
other
copycat
free
that
games
nobody
have
fucking
faced.
wanted.
Figuring out how to offer an epic, dramatic, impactful, meaningful story and experience around a character that will be different for each and every one of us.
And now we have, what is
We
it?
look at
Copilot?
that challenge as a
The
strength
AI
of
assistant that
Falcon
nobody
Assurance.
fucking wants?
Yeah, we were able to tell this really interesting story in our previous games, but what if we took that and let players make their own story
Just like
by giving
nerfed
them the
ChatGPT,
opportunity to
essentially?
create this thing that they cared about? Then, slowly, over.
You removed Cortana immediately, yeah. There's supposed to be a way to remove Copilot. I have not worked out how to do that. But I would like to, because... honestly, if nothing else, I could get rid of that, like, giant-ass, ugly search bar in my, Or there's supposed to be a way to, like, truncate the search bar into just, like, an icon. That's what I would want. Because I don't want, like, the giant search bar in my taskbar at all times. MS Copilot. It's pretty useful for navigating websites or parsing long articles on Edge. Try it. Right-click and uninstall it? I don't think that's a thing I can do. I don't think right-clicking on it does anything. Yeah, it does. Oh, you know what? Copilot might actually Copilot might be another thing that I actually did uninstall. Yeah, this is just the search bar. You used to make it... You gotta show me your desktop. Yeah, yeah, I guess I maybe did uninstall Copilot, but I still have that search bar in the taskbar. You used to be able to just make that an icon in Windows 10. I don't know if you can do that anymore in Windows 11. Oh, do I have... okay. I didn't know you could actually uninstall stuff. Okay, I don't... okay, I guess I did uninstall it. It's just that search bar that's there. Which is not Copilot.
TSSPENLTRCNWUCOLRG1 tie-ins I'd have about Destiny while at Bungie. Community has always been an important element of the company's games, from the advancements the developer made in matchmaking in the early Halo games to the many ways it helped Halo fans get more out of their gaming experiences with additions such as Forge and Theater. With Destiny, a new problem arises: the players themselves. When an entire game is built around human beings interacting with each other, you run the risk of, well, humans being humans.
Oh
Having a
no.
particular opponent griefing you during a random matchmaking experience in competitive multiplayer is one thing. Having someone doing
Some
that
guy
while
on
you're
GitHub
trying
has
to
a copy
explore a
pasta code
vast
for
alien
it. That's
world
true.
and
I'll
level
have
up your
to
character is another.
mess
It's
with
no
that.
surprise, then,
I can
that
ask
Destiny
ChatGPT
community
this
manager
about
David
it.
Dake points out that one of Bungie's top priorities for the game is making sure that, at all times, players want to encounter other players. We've gotten a good look at the evil that men do when they're on the internet. They're anonymous, and they're sharing an experience together, Dake says, a devilish
Yeah, they
grin on
pose
his
as
face.
13-year-old girls and become
Certainly, we
VTubers.
always try to make social interactions between
True
gamers
evil.
a positive experience. Dave runs me through some of the core concepts the Destiny team came up with when designing how gameplay would work in its shared experience world. One of the main tenets: players should never be punished by helping out others or by having others help them out. To account for this, one Guardian will never miss out on XP because of another's actions, so one player can assist one or more other players as little or as much as they want, and all parties involved will get a proper reward of experience once the battle is won. And once that oh-so valuable
There's a
loot
Destiny
drops,
2 now, I believe. Actually, I think I tried that and I couldn't get it working because I needed to create a Ubisoft account or something.
JetUVIE did TR get in while the original high fantasy concept that Bungie had for Destiny ended up influencing elements of its style and design. It wasn't the only place that the team drew inspiration from when deciding how the game's world would look and feel. Destiny lead concept artist Jesse Van Dyke spoke to another of those sources, sci-fi art from the 60s and 70s. In that era, the future was seen as a magical place full of hope and promise, and conceptualizing that distant future world was done through shapes, colors, and textures that now often seem both totally impractical and irresistibly charming.
Remember when the future was actually something that people could be optimistic about? That was cool.
To define pillars for our Bay world, Van Dyke explains. Section 2 of those with implications for art direction were hopefulness and idealized reality. We wanted these to be embedded in the DNA of our universe. Some of the art we looked at for inspiration from that time period embodied those concepts very nicely. The art is often larger than
Magic on the blacktop. Work that ball. We shoot 3-on-3 street basketball. If you want to join in, you gotta answer the call. Call short baskets don't make no difference at all. 'Cause when the whistle blows, it's just a
life epic, but also inviting. And, crucially, it leaves certain questions unanswered, and can't overstate how important that is for a RU universe such as Destiny's. To achieve that goal, Van Dyke and the rest of the concept art team worked with then vintage looks and faded colors, producing art through more traditional analog means versus the now common digital routes. He says that the goal was to create screenshots that looked as if they could be from the 1960s. That sense of hope for the future also shines through in the broader themes the Team EE used for deciding how the ruins of Earth should be represented. Van Dyke says the team made a /size effort not to make SB Destiny a depressing place to be, so that players always feel like humanity really has a second chance at thriving again. Sure, there's a sadness to the feeling of hope that permeates throughout everything the Guardians will encounter. But, no matter what, there's still hope.
Work that ball. Magic on the blacktop. Magic on the blacktop. Magic on the blacktop. Magic on the blacktop. Work that ball.
How many more pages are there? 2 more, okay.
Each and every player will have their own individual drops, from the smallest of ammo clips to the most valuable of rare items. Even better, those rare items will always be usable for your character, and you won't be seeing drops
definitely
that are only for
certain
classes
aspects,
or
you're right.
builds other than the one you're currently playing, meaning no inventories overflowing with garbage to pawn off on a shopkeeper or another player later. When we think about sharing rewards in a game, or we think about sharing an experience that provides rewards in a game, we want to make sure that the way the game rewards you is personal and meaningful, says Dave. Making sure players want to interact with one another and want to help out each other is so core to Destiny, because it will no doubt be there, in that shared, dynamic experience, that the game's best moments unfold. While Destiny is filled with pre-planned multiplayer content, it will also be brought to life through spontaneous events. Here, players will come across one another while traversing the landscapes of Destiny's various planets. Dropships will appear in the sky, releasing teams of hostile soldiers into an installation previously assumed to be deserted, fire teams.
Bubsy.
Can, at the drop of the hat, find themselves
Bubsy music
in
is
trouble
always
as
good.
unforeseen
Bubsy's another
complications
game where
pop
like
up
the
or be
music is
saved
so
from
much better
certain
than the
doom
game
as
actually deserves.
reinforcements
And I will
arrive.
defend Bubsy, but
We
the music
imagine
is
scenarios
definitely the
in which a
highlight for it.
guardian or a fire team of guardians could be on their own adventure, and they could have a chance encounter with another individual or another fire team, Dave recounts. Where those two paths crossed, there could be an amazing event that brought them together in Congress around some incredible action, for just a moment, only for that event to come to a close, and then for them to continue along their own paths. Dake says that, in order to have those serendipitous encounters with each other, the team needed to do more than just build a new engine or more advanced way to build worlds. They needed to completely reinvent the way they made games. Some of the same guys that envisioned Xbox Live and worked with Microsoft to write the first lines of code have gone back to the drawing board and said, what if this were a world that's always there for you, where you had a persistent character that could meet other characters as you enjoyed your own story? That's been the investment that these guys have made in creating Destiny, was to create a new seamless and invisible matchmaking system where you don't enter a lobby and watch as a wheel spins and people are added to your experience. It's you exploring the world and participating in exciting, dangerous, and explosive activities, only to be joined.
I mean, I've never
seamlessly,
played
and
Destiny,
from
but it
moment
seems
to
like a
moment,
fun time.
DBY other
Not really
people who
something
are
I'm
doing the
probably
same
interested
thing.
in, since
Explains Dave
like
with
it's
any
kind of
new
just like a
PO or
mass
LP,
multiplayer
Future
online
has to worry
thing.
and wonder if players will feel the same passion for
MMO
their
sort
project.
of. Well, I don't know if it's an MMO,
With
but it's
Destiny,
definitely like
that's an especially big
mass
question for
online
Bungie.
thing.
No matter the studio's pedigree, when it comes to making games that resonate with players, Destiny isn't just a new release. It's the launch of a major franchise from day one and a plan set to unfold over the next 10 years. As the studio enters such a gigantic commitment of time, energy, and money, questions linger in the air. Will Destiny reach the same levels of success that Halo did?
It did.
Will the game be embraced by players both hardcore and casual? And will a diverse, devoted community build up around Bungie's new series like they did the previous one?
Yes.
I honestly don't know, Bakken admits. I didn't know people were going to make dinosaurs in Forge when we released Forge, and didn't know Red vs. Blue was going to be a thing. They started doing that with the first Halo, and some of those things are just crazy. Those are the kinds of things you never could have predicted, so hopefully, there will be stuff like that for Destiny. And even with the long-term, multi-release plans for the Destiny universe, Osborne knows that you can't have a successful story if you don't focus on having a successful first chapter. He says that while the team wants to make sure they have the opportunity to build upon
I don't
the
know about
series in
that.
future
Like,
releases, and that the universe
the first
is
chapter
rich
in
enough to
most
support more experiences and content
stories
both inside
kind of
and out of
sucks.
the game, what matters most for now is earning the loyalty and trust of players. Osborne
'Cause it
doesn't
usually has to,
shy
like,
away
focus
from
on, like,
making
establishing
bold key
characters
predictions
and
on what the
not
franchise
about,
can
like,
become. However,
Whatever.
we say we
Semantics.
want to put our game up against Harry E. Potter, the best games going, and Pixar's work. We say a lot of not really humble things, he tells me with a laugh. That's not to say that we want to be compared to them on any one facet, we want to be big entertainment. We want a lot of people to play the experience and fall in love with it and turn it into a hobby. So, really, what we're trying to do is build something that people can fall in love with, a world they want to visit, a character they find value in, something they want to spend time with. If Destiny does take off like the team hopes and all the plans that have been put in place for the series indeed come together, then what about all of those PlayStation, diehards and everyone else who will be jumping on the Bungie bandwagon? That's fine, absolutely, Buckin chuckles. We just want the most people possible to play the game and have fun with it. B.
And that, I think, will be the end. That will be the end of the stream this week. So join me next week when we finish this magazine. Gotta say, EGM had some really cool interviews, literally right up until the very end. Alright, Ronnie's live. Oops. Oh shit, I think I posted the link twice. Oops, I didn't mean to. Well, there you go. There's DJ Ronnie. He's doing... Looks like he's just talking to the camera now. Not really sure what all he's doing there. But go raid. It'll be worth your while, maybe. Alright. Saturday, July 4th, Independence Day. I will be playing Phantasy Star Online for the Nintendo GameCube. Sunday, I will be playing... What did I decide on? Oh yeah, Princess Crown for the Sega Saturn. I will be playing that. Monday, I will be playing more... Or I will be playing more Game Boy Advance games, beginning with the letter R. The letter R this time. Tuesday, of course, Tales of Phantasia Cross Edition for the PSP. And then next Thursday, more Electronic Gaming Monthly from summer of 2014. So, thank you guys so very much for watching. Always super appreciated. Special thank you to my members, Arus218, DJ Ronnie G, and LCX. And thank you to everybody for watching me tonight. Thank you, hold on. There we go. Thank you, Alicia, Christopher, Daniel Barry, LCX, Xander, Karuming Good Gamer, Renee W, Verducci Man, Wolfpack 1, and Yasuke Supreme. Thank you guys so very much for watching. Good night. I think I'm going to my TED Talk. Bye, everyone.
It's the outro, and here's the outro freak. Freddy Freak of Intimidation, sweeping the nation, doing his thing. But wait, if you wanna see more of me, become a member, watch some movies on LDM Cinema, play some games on Rum Roulette and request to be part of the community. Join the Discord, talking about games, music, rum requests, and more. Join now. That's all of the plugs that I've made. Thank you all for watching. Now let's raid!